of a safe landing.
We're seeing it on the LTP. Very strong on LTP.
Opportunity hit a hole-in-one when she landed. The airbag system rolled into the small crater called Eagle Crater. And when the rover first turned on its cameras, it saw that the rim of the small crater was lined with exposed bedrock.
So we took out our microscope for the first time and we took a picture, and the surface of Mars at that location is littered with an uncountable number of little round things.
That were called blueberries because they looked like blueberries in a muffin. What we discovered was that those are features that form in water, and they were a really definitive sign that there had been liquid water on the surface of Mars sometime in the past.
You know, after we left Eagle Crater, we went to Endurance Crater, and that's the crater we drove down in. And there we did what the geologists call an in-sequence stratigraphic section, which is essentially reading the chapters of the Martian history book in reverse order.
That rover became a stratigrapher. First time you had a stratigrapher on Mars. We knew we wanted to go after Endurance to Victoria.
We put pedal to the metal and we started heading there, tens of kilometers away. We had to literally surf across these dunes of wind-blown material, and the rover got stuck in one of those. We had to get the rover unstuck. What we found is the best way to get it out is just to put it in reverse and gun it. The rover eventually popped out. And so we changed our driving strategy. So we recognized these ripples as hazards. We get to this giant half-mile diameter crater, Victoria Crater, and we want to figure out, gee, how can we go into this thing?
All of a sudden we got high-rise images. We could see the rover in the image.
And that was the very first image that we got from space showing one of our rovers.
We spent a year scouting the edge of that crater to decide where we wanted to go in to get the best stratigraphic section.
We found a place to go in, and we drove down in, and we spent about a year inside Victoria Crater.
The science team was really excited about the idea of driving to Endeavour Crater, over 20 kilometers away. This is a long drive to do. It was going to take multiple years, but they decided to do it anyways.
There were too many of these dangerous ripples in our way, and we actually had to take this circuitous route that at times took us away from the crater, only to then cut back and then approach it more directly.
And then we pull up to Endeavour Crater, and all of a sudden there's all these new things to look at.
We first discovered the homestake vein. It was this very, very bright linear feature. It turns out that there was a big gypsum vein, and we see these gypsum veins now all over. So it was our first taste of what is a really important process on Mars.
We were driving to a valley, and along the way there we realized that right about the point where we were about to get to this valley, that was when we were going to cross the marathon mark. So we said, well, that's cool. We're just going to name this valley after that, call it Marathon Valley. That was when we reached the distance of a marathon, 26.2 miles on another planet. We continued driving through some slopes down a little bit on the interior of the crater rim until we came back out so that we could continue on to the next valley, Perseverance Valley,
where the rover was exploring when we lost contact.
We said we're going to operate this vehicle until the day where we can't, and that's exactly what we did, and I'm really proud.
We've set a foundation that will serve as the basis for future exploration.
Well, welcome everybody. This is the Global Star Party number 15, a presentation of the Explorer Alliance, and I am going to stop sharing my screen here and bring everybody on so you can check them all out. We are really enjoying the Mars opposition today, and we've got a lot to cover. What I want to do is to recognize some of the people that are on with us right now. We have Libby and the Stars, Richard Grace, Robert Wilmore, who's going to be on with us a little bit later, Mike Simmons, who always he gives a double header with us in talking about global astronomy and also about space art, which is really cool. Jerry Hubbell's with us, Marcelo Souza from Brazil, and Pramvera Haisini from from everywhere, currently in California and originally from Kosovo. Ditran Selmani, from young astronomer from Kosovo. Kelly Beatty, of course, and Gary Palmer. And who I don't see here is David Levy. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but we'll get that figured out. And anyways, I do want to put on the stage now Ditran Selmani, and so I'm going to give you the stage along with Pranvera. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Scott.
Okay, Ditran, we are so happy to have you part of our program, and we are, I'm really, really impressed with what you have done so far that I've read about you. Anyways, you wrote a book about astronomy when
Yeah,
you were how old?
6 and 7 years old.
6 and 7 years old. Wow, and this book.
The idea of the book was from my mom and from my teacher. When I was 9 years old, they made the book, and inside the book there are projects and drawings of science and other things like astronomy, biology, geography, math, and others.
Yeah, when I first heard about the trend was that his kindergarten invited me to do an outreach event.
Mm-hmm.
So I took my telescopes and my meteorites and I went to his school. Actually, I think he was in the 2nd grade or so back then. And, when I'm in an outreach event, I ask questions depending on the age. And then I figured out this student was so excited and was answering each of my question. And I asked the teacher, like, what's up with him, because I could see his enthusiasm about stars and everything. And the other thing that impressed me is that he could speak English very well despite his young age.
It's amazing.
That was really awesome, and we started kind of talking to each other, and he was telling me how much he loves astronomy and planets and everything. And then I also heard about his book that I just shared here. That's the cover of his book. So if I can go further on, I don't know, this is not allowing me to go further on, but okay, anyway, that's the cover. And I was really, really curious because in his book you can actually see drawings and things that he learned that are quite advanced, not for his age, I would say, like math and biology and astronomy, comparing stars and talking about light years. And for somebody at 6 years old doing that, to me it was really, really impressive.
Yes.
So I will let Ditran go ahead and just kind of tell us like what actually inspired him about astronomy and about stars. I mean, why do you like astronomy, and what would you like to become in the future?
The reason I like astronomy the most is that when I was a little kid, like 4 years old or 5, I always liked to learn planets and satellites. And then after seeing them for a long time, I started learning nebulas, galaxies, and other things like that, stars. And now here I am, learning more about astronomy.
That's awesome. In fact, I would like to go ahead and share a few more of his drawings when he was at a very young age. This is actually him comparing the stars. I don't know if I can actually make this closer. Just comparing the sizes of the stars. And just knowing what a star is in the first place. I mean, even adult people, sometimes when I meet in my outreach events, they don't know the difference between a planet and a star. And I found this really, really incredible. This is other drawings, because he doesn't only do astronomy, he's general into science more, which they're like other planets, I think, if I can read this right. Some of them are actually wrote in Albanian. So, and I would also like to share another photo of him, which he's doing math, and this is quite a high level of math. It's not something that you learn in the second grade or so. And this is just incredible, because Ditran is an inspiration not only for his generation, but also for us older people and for other younger generations. He has another little brother who actually learns a lot from him, and not just his brother, but his whole class. He's like a teacher for his class, doing all the work, doing all the projects. That is really, really impressive.
Wow. Dietrich, does this come easy for you? I mean, is it just natural feeling for you?
A bit.
Yeah. Yeah. Where do you find the biggest challenges for yourself?
I don't know.
Don't know.
Well, actually, how did you come up and learn English? I know, like, at that age in Kosovo, you don't actually learn English that well in school. It's the age when you actually start learning English, a few words, but like speaking fluently like you do. How come up you actually learned when I think also your parents do not speak English?
I don't know about that because I completely forgot the time that I learned English from. I think it was like 4 years old. I
Wow.
forgot completely how I learned it, when I learned it. I don't know.
Wow.
That's incredible at such a young age. And for all of us that do outreach, it's awesome, because when I go to these schools in some rural areas also, sometimes I always discover young kids that are very talented, very enthusiastic about stars, and I always want them to join in my team. And of course, we cannot supply them with telescopes and all that, but at least we want to give them the opportunity to learn and to view from our telescopes. Ditran, do you actually have a telescope? Because I don't
No,
know.
I don't, but I have a microscope.
So what do you actually look through microscopes? Because if you can see, like on the back of Scott, he has got a microscope, pretty nice one actually. Yeah.
Yes.
What do you like to see with your microscope?
I like to see with my microscope probably everything I find in the house.
Yeah, I noted that. In fact, I saw his mom was posting on Instagram. He was putting coins and bugs and anything that he actually found in the house, because he just was too curious about what you can see through a microscope. So I think we should work on getting you a telescope also, so you can see further. So
Yeah.
tell me, which place would you like to visit? Like, which country would you like to go and see? Like NASA Space Center, or go to a space camp, or what intrigues you?
I don't know. Probably going to NASA in America or something like that.
Well, once you grow up, I'm sure that you are going to have the opportunity. And I know that his mom told me that Didrin is very, very excited about the idea that we want to make the first observatory in Kosovo. So, you can see this is a very young, talented kid at a very young age, wanting to learn about astronomy, wanting to learn about stars, but
Yeah.
we are not having the opportunity to give him what he needs and what he wants to learn. So this is the idea why we want to build that astronomy center in Kosovo, that kids like Ditrin and other younger kids can come by and can observe, can learn, can have an experience in a planetarium, because I'm sure the train probably have never been in a planetarium before. But it's great that the train actually decided to wake up at 2 in the morning and joining this star party, because that's awesome. I bet this is his first time joining an international event with other astronomers, and we're so happy to have you, Ditrin, and I can't wait to come back to Kosovo and meet you again in person.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's amazing. Yeah, thank you, Dietrin. You are an inspiration to everyone here, and I hope that you come back and talk to us again. Would you like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. We'll have you.
Sometime when it's not 2 in the morning.
Okay. Okay. I'll work it out. Okay. I promise. All right. That's great. All right. Okay. So let's see. Pranvera, I'm going to go ahead and put into the chat the GoFundMe for the observatory. Okay. For those of you that are so inspired and would like to help Astronomy Outreach of Kosovo build their first observatory, please consider donating anything to this effort, and to help young Dietrin get his observations in with the telescope that they have already donated to them from Celestron. So I think that's fantastic, and it's great. And thank you very much, Pranvera, for arranging this.
Absolutely. Thank you for inviting us. And I'm very happy that this time the trend also joined. So, bringing somebody from Kosovo at such a young age and being able to communicate in English, I think it's awesome, and share the passion. After all, the sky unites us all, and it's always great to be back here.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Pranvera. Thank you. Okay, well, up next is the person that, I'm not going to be so cliche as to say he needs no introduction. David Levy has been with us on all 15 of our global star parties, and he has always something very touching and very important to say about each event that we have started. And today is of course, the opposition of Mars. I know that that David, I've observed with David on several occasions, and he just loves getting out and doing the search. He loves observing the sky. He loves every part of it. Not only from the camaraderie between amateur astronomers, but seeing the starlight, seeing phenomena in the changing sky, and he loves sharing that with everybody. One of the really memorable, I don't know why this is flashing on me right now, but I remember being at Jarnac Observatory with David, and he says, "Okay, Scott, I want you to look at the horizon and watch the moon set." He said, "From here, you're going to see the green flash from the moon." And we did. And I was absolutely blown away. And anyways, that's not the first amazing thing that David has shown me, but it was one that I can't forget. So, David, you have the stage, and thank you, my friend, for joining us.
Well, thank you, Scotty, and it's wonderful to be here at Global Star Party 15. I have been to, since the pandemic broke out and was officially called a pandemic last March, I have been at hundreds, literally hundreds of Zoom meetings, of Facebook meetings, of WebEx meetings, and of all kinds of online meetings. The number of lectures or brief lectures I've given has gone up 100-fold. And this is something that I really am happy to do, and I do not mind doing this. But there is nothing that even begins to approach what Scott has done with the Global Star Party. In the Global Star Party, we are uniting people from all over the world, people in many different countries, people from, of course, the United States, from Canada, from Kosovo, whom we just heard from Brazil, from Chile, from Argentina, from the United Kingdom, from Spain, and across the Pacific to Australia and New Zealand, in the Middle East, Israel, Egypt, the United Arab Emirates. This is truly a place without borders. And it's because this is the sky. And the sky has long since refused to claim a nationality. We have Kelly Beattie here, who is one of the stalwarts of Sky and Telescope, and as far as I'm concerned, one of the founders of the modern Sky and Telescope. Person who has so clearly explained the space program in ways that all of the readers of that magazine can easily follow. We have Mike Simmons with his absolutely wonderful Astronomers Without Borders. And the fact that we have seen so much and so literally how people can enjoy the sky no matter what their income, no matter what their political ideas are, that they know that the sky is something extra special. And soon we will have Libby, who also, like Ditrin, is only 10 and has an awful lot to teach us. In a way, we are all only 10 years old. We are all here because of our passion for the night sky. All of the thousands of people who are on this star party tonight are here because of our passion for the night sky. Tonight is the opposition of Mars. Now, Mars isn't going to suddenly get bigger tonight than it was last night, but it is something special because tonight is the night that Mars actually rises right around sunset. It reaches its highest point around midnight or 1 a.m. and will set tomorrow morning around sunrise. If we're careful and if we have good optics, we should be able to see Mars tonight with the beautiful and magnificent Syrtis Major right there staring at us. It's going to be wonderful, wonderful to see. But it's not the only thing to see. There are meteors that we might see, shooting stars that we might see. And it is a shooting star that actually literally got me going in astronomy when I was about the age of Libby and Ditrin. When I was away at a summer camp, and I was away at summer camp, and we were having a 4th of July celebration. Me being from Canada, I did not know from the 4th of July at the time. I've since been more educated, but they let us go back early, right after most of the fireworks had gone off. And as we were going up to our cabin, I looked up, saw the darkening sky, and I saw a shooting star. I looked around and I asked the other kids, did you see that? Did you see that shooting star? And they all said they hadn't. And suddenly it hit me. Is that star meant just for me? Is that star something that is only for me? Is that shooting star trying to tell me something that I should get interested in this? A few years later, I did. I got extremely interested, and it's been a passion that has gone on ever since. And in just about a week from now, we are going to encounter a stream of meteors that are coming from Halley's Comet. These are called the Orionid meteors. They emanate from somewhere in the constellation of Orion, but they can be seen anywhere in the night sky. And we hope to get between 10 or 20 per hour when we see this magnificent meteor shower next week. And I'm going to close tonight with a quotation from one of my favorite poets, Tennyson, when he said, "Many a night I saw the Pleiades rising through the mellow shade, glitter like a swarm of fireflies tangled in a silver braid." Thank you so much, and always be passionate about the night sky. Back to you, Scotty.
Thank you, David. That's awesome. Thank you. Well, up next is J. Kelly Beatty. And, I have tried over the last 6 episodes to tell the audience and tell David or Kelly, how much I admire him, how much he has meant to me, but also to try to convey what I think he means to the entire community. When he told me that he wanted to do a 7-lecture series, I almost fell over. I mean, it is to devote that much time and to cover so much material with us, I think is just incredible. And so it's a true honor to have him here. I'm already sad that he's going to be leaving and going on to spread his knowledge and his inspiration to the rest of the world. But, of course, we all go with friendship. And, once you've made friends with Kelly, you get the feeling that it's kind of like going to be for a lifetime, So that's just the kind of guy he is. So we could have no better type of person being this inspiration for astronomy, no better person to be at Sky and Telescope magazine, and maybe few, no better of a friend if you can make friends with him. So anyways, Kelly, I want to thank you for being on here. And this is, I kind of want to draw this out so that, we have more time with you, but and you are muted.
Yeah, I'll unmute myself. Well, maybe we'll move on to like science story of the week or something like that. But Scott, look, I need to put the mirror up here so that you can see yourself in this context. I have to say, our amateur astronomy community is a small community. We're intimate. Everybody knows everybody, although I continue to meet new folks here online. And especially those people like Scott, who are the purveyors of telescopes that keep us, our need for ever bigger apertures and more expensive, heavier eyepieces. And the next thing I know Scott has this in the pipeline. Phosphine purged eyepieces are going to be all the rage.
I bought the last quantity of phosphine on Earth. So,
but as I said, the telescope dealers that we meet at NEAF and at other places are almost all from us. They've come there. They started off as mom and pops, or they've always been integral to the community, and they are part of the fabric of our community. That said, few, if anyone, rises to Scott's level as being not just in it to provide us with quality equipment, which Explore Scientific certainly does, but to bring us all up, bring us our collective level higher. And I'm thinking back, Scott, to when you were at Mead, the Mead 4M community, which was your first, to my recollection, your first major effort to bring outreach to a global level with constant engagement and in ways that no one had tried to do yet. So Scott, I think we all owe you a debt of gratitude for you being the leader in this community that you are. So
thank you. Thank you, but I'm merely a cheerleader for all of you guys. So
well, that's good. I think we're all cheerleaders for each other as well. We're going to talk about the future of amateur astronomy tonight, having made this arc beginning from the 1920s to the present day, in these most surreal of times. And I'm reflecting back to a time not that long ago when we all got to go to star parties, big and small. I'm sure we've virtually all been to, you know, a stellophane or a regional star party, or even a club star party, where a bunch of people get together, they get out their telescopes, and we share the experience of looking or imaging the universe. And you know, I have great memories of going around the field of stellophane in the dark, my red flashlight dangling from my neck so that I can be seen in the dark at least, or known that somebody is there. And walking up to somebody, I had no idea who they are. I just saw that they had a nice telescope. And I said, like, what are you looking at? And would you mind if I took a peek? And, you know, there's a word for that. As a telescope moocher is somebody who does that on a when he wears out his welcome or her welcome. But in that environment, invariably, the owner of that telescope stands aside and say, I'm looking at, you know, I'm looking at M13 or M101 or whatever it might be, and is happy to share that experience. And you're a community. You know, we are a community, and we've lost that a little bit through this pandemic in the sense of person-to-person physical interaction. And most of us, in addition to savoring those star parties, probably belong to an amateur astronomy club too. And we go to that club for a lot of different reasons, but again, it's the social aspect, talking shop with people, finding out they buy a new eyepiece. So I've got an old C8 that I'm trying to get rid of. Anybody want it? And just small talk and talking up astronomy with people who love astronomy as much as you do. But if you think about the typical amateur astronomy meeting, you know, in the last 10 years or so, it has often in your club, but certainly the clubs I'm associated with, it's lacked a little bit of pizzazz. You know, it's kind of unlike being out on the observing field. It's kind of a staid business minutia kind of thing. We're going to approve the budget. Here's how many new members we have. Your dues you're overdue paying your club subscription and so forth. And it's also taken on a characteristic of, boy, is it getting old? There are a lot of old people in astronomy clubs these days. These are people who might have been, teenagers when they first joined in the 1950s or 60s, when there was so much going on and so much being discovered every day, every week. And they wanted to be a part of that. There was no internet yet. Hard to believe, but there was no internet. And so the only way to really get your finger on the pulse of what was going on was to come to these club meetings. It's not that way anymore. We have lots of outlets, creative outlets for getting our knowledge. And sitting for 2 hours in a club meeting isn't necessarily the best way to do that. And it occurred to me that the issue is that an astronomy club has to be all things to all people. It has to be, panchromatic in terms of its outlook. You might have a speaker 1 month who is a specialist in variable star observing. Great. If you're not into variable stars, you might be interested, you might not. The next month, it might be someone who's a specialist on black holes. You know, and you get these wide swings of interest, and you're not going to be happy all the time with the people that come and speak or are present at your star parties. And then I want you to contrast that. If you've never been there before, you should go to this online forum called Cloudy Nights.
Yes.
And I see people nodding their head. You know, this is a place that virtually everyone has gone to. In Cloudy Nights are 40 specialty forums for every aspect of amateur astronomy. There is a variable star forum. There's a light pollution forum. There's a Questar forum, right? And so when I go to Cloudy Nights, I can dive in and be among people who are engaged passionately in just exactly the topic that I'm most interested in. And I think Cloudy Nights is kind of a model for where amateur astronomy is going to go. I think that amateur astronomy clubs as we know them are going to radically transform, already have in some sense. Our club here in the Boston area, for example, we're all completely online. We draw more people to our monthly meetings now than we ever did in person. And those people are more diverse than ever. We get young people who happen to be taking an astronomy class who find out about it. There's no barrier to entry. They can come for free. They don't have to be worried about, a bunch of old guys drooling all over them. We get more women. We get people from all over the country attending our meetings because they're interested in the speaker that we have. And so I think astronomy clubs per se are going to adopt and embrace this sort of digital model that we've sort of been forced to adopt in these last few months. But, and I want to close with this, nothing will ever take the place of being out on that observing field and easing up to an eyepiece of someone else's telescope. Maybe it's a telescope that you've thought of buying and wanted to see how it performed. That's the social aspect that I think will continue. And frankly, with the continued growth of light pollution, we'll be forced more and more to go to these dark sky places where we'll all congregate in the darkness and admire the stars as we knew them or want to know them. And those star parties, I think, regionally, locally, nationally, even internationally, will become even more important and will become even more popular in the years to come. So that's sort of my vision for the future of amateur astronomy. And maybe, Scott, we could take a couple of minutes for the rest of the panelists here to chime in on this. I will say one thing in closing. We've all been forced to change our observing habits because of light pollution. And the International Dark Sky Association, which is the primary torchbearer for trying to reduce light pollution, has roughly 3,000 full-time paying members worldwide. It's not very much for an organization that started out more than 30 years ago. And of those 3,000 people, a minority of them are amateur astronomers. Every time I give a talk, I ask people, how many of you, in the audience are members of the IDA? And out of 100 people, I might get 3 or 4 hands. That's very sad. That's very sad because arguably no group besides us, we amateur astronomers, has more to lose or gain from the battle ongoing for light pollution. And so I would urge all of you listening here on whatever platform you happen to be on, to go to darksky.org. That is the homepage for the International Dark Sky Association. Click on that support button and offer what you can. Join the movement. Volunteer your time. Because if we don't fight the good fight against light pollution, who else is going to?
That's right. Absolutely. Well, that's actually a very good conversation starter. Based off the people that are here right now in this group, what are your thoughts on light pollution and what Kelly has had to say about the way that astronomy will go forward?
Well, I'll add that a couple things. One is it's the way the world is going forward. It's not astronomy and astronomy clubs. I was working remotely in the 1980s. I have been working with people around the world for more than 20 years now. And so my office hasn't changed a bit. And what Kelly says is, wow, we're getting more people than ever at the meetings. Well, I've been encouraging people with global international conferences to do the same thing, because the only people that could show up at a conference someplace in the world that everybody has to go to are the people that have institutional funding and can afford it. So I'm delighted with the changes we're seeing, because I think it's long overdue. And it's not just a question of getting more people, it's a question of diversity. Because I work with people in places where they're never going to be able to attend one of these meetings. And just as Pran and Dietrin show, there is astronomy everywhere. There are brilliant people everywhere, and they deserve a chance too. So this is really a question of diversity. And so I agree 100% with what Kelly has to say. I just think it's the universe that's going that way, and everything should. But I'll also agree that hanging out in person and being able to put your eye up to a piece of glass, there's no virtual substitute for that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Any thoughts, Marcello? Let me see if I can get Marcello to.
Hi, sorry, I
Yeah.
was mute here. I think that we have a big experience here to organize events. Now we are in a different moment in all the world, and I think that we need to find different ways to go ahead with the popularization of astronomy and our public activities that we organize. I think that is very important. We have lessons from the special periods that we are living now, mainly associated with the popularization of science. It's something unbelievable. Now we have people talking about the flat earth or something like this. Then it's something that was unexpected at this moment for me, with so many information available.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, Marcello, something that just occurred to me as you were speaking. About 15 years ago, Sky and Telescope had a sister publication that we started for real beginners in amateur astronomy called Night Sky, and I was the editor for that. And along the way, I picked up a sort of first-person experience essay from a woman in South Africa who had gotten a GOTO telescope, and she was on the learning curve and struggling to get it to work. And so her essay talked about how she ultimately succeeded. And we've kind of kept in touch. And her club is the South African Astronomy Club, SAAC. And I've been on their mailing list for years and years and years. And a couple of weeks ago, a message popped up in my inbox, and it said, "Well, our meeting will be this Friday. You know, it's such and such a time, and the speaker will be so and so. And here's the Zoom link." And I said, "Heck, I'm gonna join." So I popped in on this meeting in South Africa among all the other club members, and it was fabulous. And I think that what we're going to see is a sort of, just as you see right here, is a globalization of the amateur astronomy community, more and more connections being made across geographic boundaries than ever were possible before, for the reasons that Mike said, and Marcello, what you said, thanks to the efforts of people like Scott. This global watering hole is just great, and I can't see it ever going back.
Right. I think
I have a couple of thoughts also. It's ironic that the Starlink satellite system that Elon Musk is launching is going to bring the world together on the internet, yet it's still a little bit of a scourge on the sky. And it's just, so which is better? You know, what is the choice we have? We can always develop technology to image the sky, even with all these satellites going in, I think is what it's going to end up being. We're going to overcome those issues, but we'll still have the benefit of all the global community like you're talking about with the Starlink satellite connections to people that don't have it right now.
I think that there's a couple of things. I think the light pollution issue is really down to where you live and what country you're in. Yeah, because all the rules change in different countries and work in different areas. I think with this global system that we've got up and running, Ditchrin and Libby wouldn't even be seen if we were back a year ago. And that's the truth of it. Yeah, this is the truth of how we're sort of moving along now and how things are changing. And that's going to change people everywhere. That's going to change, all sorts of people who are sort of tucked away in the background somewhere have now got a platform really to show what they can do and what their interests are. And it's not about how good or how bad they are, it's what their passion is.
Mm-hmm. Any other thoughts, Chuck?
Yeah, I was thinking the other day about people always saying that kids are too distracted by other opportunities today, and that's the cause of the lack of young people coming into astronomy. And I don't see that as an issue at all. I had plenty of other things that could have distracted me when I was a kid, but I also had a backyard just 6 miles from downtown Louisville where I could observe the entire Messier catalog. Today, the sky here looks like this. I have to drive now 72 miles to get to a reasonably dark sky site. I was there last night at Patoka Lake, in the middle of the Hoosier National Forest. And what parents are going to drive kids 72 miles to find a dark sky, or have them go out with people they don't even know 72 miles from home? It's just not going to happen. And I think that that's really a key factor with regard to getting young people into the hobby. And getting parents or some sponsors who are trusted by parents to assist in that process is really critical. We had such a person in our club. She was so fantastic at it that she won the Astronomical League Award, which is our highest honor. And she would travel all over the place, taking kids to conventions, getting them to do papers, getting them to the observatory, getting them to teach stargazers, the under 12 group, and so forth. And so we need people who can approach parents, be trusted by parents, and help get kids to places where they can observe. Maybe not 72 miles, but at least outside of the cities, in order to improve this problem.
Right. Dietrin and Libby, if you guys could unmute each other, or not each other, but unmute your microphones. Libby had mentioned to me that she was so excited to see you come on the show, Dietrin, because she doesn't know of any of her friends that are as interested in astronomy as she is. Obviously, you are, and it's amazing and a little crazy to me that it took a global star party and a connection all the way around the world for you two to meet finally. But here you are. From the both of you, what do you think is so important about astronomy for your generation and for older generations like us? What do you think?
I think the most important part is that a lot of the people who work the space stuff now are older people, definitely. And with older people, they're not going to do space for an eternity. So we need more people to get into space to start new generations of learning and seeing the stars.
And what do you think, Dietrin? What do you think is so important about astronomy and space exploration for your generation and our generation?
I think the most important thing is that me and all of you, if we keep exploring space, if we keep exploring astronomy and things like nebula, stars, making observatories and artificial satellites, we can really be a bit more evolved and a bit more better, and we can make the world a better place.
I think you're right. Any other final comments, David or Tom?
I started astronomy in a very light polluted area in Montreal, Canada. And on the clearest nights, I might be able to see down to 4th magnitude. So when I relocated to Arizona with the beautiful sky that I get here, it was really quite a shock. But to get it every night has spoiled me. And I think that the encroaching of light pollution is going to be one of our biggest problems that we're going to have to put up with in the next in the next generation, because the sky is just going to get worse and worse as cities expand and the night sky gets harder and harder to see. On a clear night right now from out here, I can go out and see about a magnitude 6.5, maybe sometimes a little better than that if the sky's really dark. But even if I can just get fourth magnitude as when I was a kid, there's enough that the sky has to offer that's fourth magnitude or brighter. The planets, the moon, the brighter Messier objects are incredible to see, even with a light polluted sky. So I think we're going to need to fight it, but we're also going to need to adjust. Thanks, Scotty.
Thank you. Tom, you were going to say something? You're still muted. You are muted. I don't know what's... Let's see. Let's see if we can get you. Still no volume, Tom. You may have to unplug and plug back in your microphone. Robert, do you have any comments? Robert Wilmore?
Sure do. I think it's mostly a technology, or not mostly, but I think technology could really play a part in this. ZWO has a aspheric correction dispersion adapter that can help with planets when they're low in the sky, but that's more for the atmosphere. Light pollution filters might help, but I'm thinking technology is really one of the key things that could help us out in this situation. That's all I got. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Tom, did you get your microphone back? Not yet. Okay. All right. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to move on to the rest of our program. Kelly, did you have any words of wisdom here at the end of this conversation?
Well, you know, I think we all have to agree that it's so very refreshing to have Dietrich and Libby with us, because we kind of look to them to be the next generation of us.
Yeah.
And we'd like to see more of that. As I mentioned before, what we find at Sky and Telescope is that the newcomer to amateur astronomy is not 10, 12, 18, 20 years old, but rather more like 40. And Scott, maybe you can speak to, you know, what is the first time telescope buyer? What's their demographics? And my sense is that, you know, we don't have a good way of connecting with a student population to infuse them with all the great things that amateur astronomy has to offer. And I think this digital meeting revolution that we have offers a couple of opportunities. Many schools have astronomy classes, even at the college level, that are relatively devoid of people who know anything about telescopes or how to operate them, or well, variable star is as a simple example. And I think we could reach out in our astronomy clubs, or just individually, we can reach out to some of these student groups who have a passing interest in astronomy and invite them to participate in forums like this, where it's easy for them to do, safe for them to do, and educational and fun. And so I think that would be high on my list of sort of a take home to go back to my club and say, let's find the amateur astronomy classes in our area and reach out to those students and invite them to join our next Zoom meeting.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's.
I think one other thing with that is there's tons of equipment that are in closets that could be donated to schools and taken out, and you know, even the equipment that we buy as a wealthy country, you know, a lot of amateurs have a lot of equipment that they don't even use, just like Pranvera and Steve Ramsden, you know, he donated stuff that he no longer used to Pranvera. And I think if there was a national movement to get at least some of us astronomers that have extra equipment to either loan it or donate it to schools, that would probably go a long way also to help foster interest. Because once people have things in their hands, you know, equipment in their hands, and they really say, oh, I want to make this work, I want to figure this out, then that will help too, I think.
One thing that I'd like to add, and I think is that, you know, the group of us, with the exception of Dietrich and Libby, are getting on, but we still have some years to go. But I do think it's going to be a question that will have to be addressed by the generation of Dietrich and the generation of Libby as they get older to try to find a way. I've not been a fan of the light pollution reduction filters. They might reduce light pollution for a specific thing that you look at through a telescope, but there is nothing to replace going outside under a dark sky and just seeing what nature has to offer. And I hope that it's a big task, and I hope that the two of you are going to be able to help with that. Dietrich and Libby, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to move on to Mike Simmons. I'm going to give you the stage. Kelly, thank you. Thank you very much, David. It was awesome. You guys are, of course, welcome. Everybody's welcome to stay for the duration. But I know that you have many other responsibilities and stuff. So, if you want to be in any other part of this, just jump right in. But we are going to move on to Mike. Mike is going to talk about the global astronomy and his experiences as part of an ongoing series. He is the guy that started what I still think is really the first true global star party with 100 hours of astronomy that was a International Year of Astronomy cornerstone project. More than 1 million people participated in that project, and over 100 hours, people in probably every populated country there is contributed in some way. So here we go.
Well, thanks, Scott. So I'm chomping at the bit here, and I'm going to refute a lot of what's been said here for a simple reason. Almost everybody that's on this right now is in the US. 96% of the people in the world are not in the US, and the US is an aberration. What you're talking about with young people and so on, and by a weird cosmic coincidence, what I prepared tonight was just a few pictures of young people around the world, not knowing that this was going to be the topic du jour. So I'll point out that the Global Star Party, the 100 Hours of Astronomy, was in 2009. That was quite a long time ago. We connected people from around the world then. I'd created Astronomers Without Borders. We've been doing it ever since. I've been doing international astronomy for more than 20 years and doing exactly that, connecting people, including doing it online. This is a great boost, but I just want to say that, well, I'll share some pictures here and I'll go into what we've got. So I want to point out, excuse me, some of these pictures, a few of them I took myself, mostly I didn't. Some of the places I have been to and seen this myself, so this isn't just coming from others. This is not an event that I was at. It happens to be in Algeria. And but I have been to Algeria and seen that it was all young people active in that thing there. So that's what I wanted to show in this case. You can see that it's younger people who are doing the outreach, in this case in French. French and Arabic are the two languages. So when I go there, I have to find somebody that speaks at least 3 languages to be able to speak with them. This one is also in Algeria. Now, this is clearly not the kids doing the outreach and education and so on, but this is a very common thing. Most of the countries in the world that I've ever been to are doing astronomy for kids. They're doing it in the schools. So hopefully some people here will see what's being done and recognize things that we can do here too. This is also in Algeria, but you'll notice that the adults here are very young adults. You just don't see any old people like us. People that are getting into astronomy are teenage or younger, young teenage or younger. So this picture is one from the Philippines. Now, there is one older guy there. He's an astronomy professor I know. But for the most part, it's young people. And this was done, oh gosh, I think this is about 7 years ago. This was part of a program that we were doing that was connecting people in different countries. Now, one of the problems when you're used to connecting people in different countries is that the time zones are different, so it makes it kind of hard. So I really wish the flat earthers were right, because we'd all be in the same time zone, and then my life would be a lot easier. Now, in this case, it was a program called Star Peace. It was started by young people in Iran. They are connecting between the Philippines and Vietnam in this case. This is also in the Philippines, and with the families. Now, there's a little bit older guy there. I can't tell what color his hair would be because he shaved it off. But it is all about young people doing outreach. This is also in the Philippines. This is what is typical around the world. These people are exactly the age that I see every place. Now, this is Vietnam. It's a very young country. Most countries are very young, actually. And you can see again that the people who have done this program are generally younger people. The outreach in Vietnam, this is kind of typical as well. You see younger people who are showing things to other younger people. So this is really contagious. These people that are there doing it, they're not old people talking to the younger people. The younger people are the ones who have started the program, started the clubs and everything else. So what I've been screaming at people for years, look outside the US and see what it is they do and what interests the people. But there are ideas within here. This is Tunisia. This is one I took myself during one of 2 trips to Tunisia. And these are people at the headquarters of the Tunisian Astronomical Society. Again, typical of it, there are some people in their 20s there, but it's a small country, but it is a national organization. Now, this is Chuck Reilly. He started Telescopes to Tanzania after doing missionary work in Tanzania, and he is bringing astronomy there. Now, I have a quick answer for really why astronomy is so important for everybody, because this is a place at the foot of Mount Meru in the north of Tanzania where they don't have any labs. They don't have any science. There just isn't a way to do it there. There is no lack of interest, but they don't have a chem lab or a physics lab. What they do have, if they walk away from the bright lights of the school where they are or something else, is a really good sky. So their astronomy laboratory is better than ours. I mean, we're talking about the problems we have. Now, this is not to take away from the fact that if you're in a big city in Tanzania, if you go to Dar es Salaam, you're not going to see anything in the sky there. But a large part of the world does live in areas where they can see that. Now, in this case, Chuck is showing them these older students some things about astronomy. The purpose for this is, my favorite question that I love to answer when I post things like this, and is that, well, I think they need food more than they need telescopes. But you know, you want to build science in the country, start with astronomy, because it is an introduction to and a connection to every single field in science, technology, engineering, and math that I can think of. Most people that get interested in astronomy and go to school, in my experience, I mean, I met a lot of people doing outreach for 50 years, including places like Griffith Observatory, where they come in and they say, it was looking through this telescope that got me interested in science. I didn't go on in astronomy, probably because they had to make a living. You know, that was the same story with me. But it does get people into science. And I showed some pictures last time about doing astronomy for STEM in Nigeria, where they're showing girls that they can be scientists if they want to. They just have to choose to. This shows the value here. That's just a Galileo scope. And but none of these kids have ever looked through a telescope before, even terrestrially. They've probably never seen a pair of binoculars. Now, young people are being taught in all kinds of countries, and unfortunately, while this is one of my favorite images from 100 Hours of Astronomy, I can never remember where it was taken, but it doesn't matter. And in this case, obviously, it's a girls' class, so not all Muslim countries are separated by gender, but in this case, at least in this case, they are. And a few pictures that I've shown before. And these are universal in terms. This happens to be Kathmandu, Nepal. Somebody I know there showing somebody, a child through the telescope who does tremendous outreach and has formed a club there. They are all students. And the one problem with student run things is the students move on, but they're in Sri Lanka. There's I think I'll probably talk about that next time. An amazing group there where the alumni come back to the school and run programs. So it remains in the school forever. There's continuity. And of course, the young people, the idea of sharing is contagious. And I showed this before. This was supplied to me by Marcelo, I believe. It was down in Brazil, and another one here from Romania. So now, as far as getting lots of people, this was in 2009. This is somebody else's slide, so they put the caption on there. Just look at the people on the stage there. They aren't old people like this. They are running a camp that attracted 20,000 people. And it is not the old folks doing it. And look at the audience. Well, it's a little hard to tell, but from where I sit, it looks like it's young people. Here's another example from 2010. I don't know what they did here. They must have made these 8-inch refractors because where else would you get them? But they're spread out to the horizon. And here's a school in India also, and I've been to some schools in India where it's just like this is an opportunity to look at the sun through an H-alpha scope for the first time. And the schools love it, and the kids love it. Who doesn't love it? So if you take it to them, it'll happen. Now, Ghana Planetarium does tremendous outreach there. Somebody I know well is a volunteer there. And the people who ran the planetarium, now this was built with the help from some people in the US. This was during our, when Saturn was taking a picture looking back at Earth, and AWB had a program for that. And these are the kinds of things they're doing with the kids. Now, what's good about doing it with the kids is it gets them interested in the first place. And in fact, those first pictures from Algeria were part of a program called Universe Awareness, which is a legacy project, a legacy project. Good, I can do it. From the International Year of 2009, that and Galileo Teacher Training Program have been training teachers and doing astronomy in schools around the world now for the last 11 years. And this one doesn't show anything except it's so cute. I love it. I don't even know what he's doing there. But this is how you engage kids. This is, you can tell from the t-shirts, this is a girls' soccer club. So now let's take a look at Pakistan. Now, most of the people there are a lot of older people there, they're sort of middle-aged and so on, but you take a look at most of the pictures and it's the young people who are doing it and the young people who are attending. This was a Global Astronomy Month program and Astronomers Without Borders, and these are just pictures from around the world that came in during this time. So we've been doing this, making connections with people. Now you can get on Zoom, it's real easy, but it used to be very difficult. In fact, Marcelo is on the program, did a connection with Manoj Pai in Ahmedabad, India, was the earliest example I know of where within our organization, people got together through astronomy online. And that was, I don't know, maybe 2010 or so. Iran, I've shown a lot of pictures from Iran. And again, the reason here, this was the Saturn program again, but the reason I show it is because these are the leaders. And here, this is taken from a recent astronomy teachers camp. It's a national organization. These are the people who are teaching astronomy in the schools. They come to a place in Bushehr on the Persian Gulf and camp out and have a get together there. Obviously couldn't happen this year. I was hoping to go back to Iran this year to attend this, but I was not able to. These are all younger teachers. They're the ones who have the enthusiasm. Now, this is a little bit of personal experience. These are pictures that I took in Puerto Rico, and this was taken after the 2 hurricanes hit. This doesn't begin to show anything like the damage that I saw there some 2 years or so after the hurricanes. It was really devastating. I've been in war zones. I've never seen anything like it. And this is a school, and here they are having cleaned up some from the damage that they had. But what I was doing there was to take telescopes. We had run a crowdfunding program for 20 telescopes, and I took them myself to Puerto Rico and visited many of these schools. This is a photo I took of someone, I believe I took this one. I get mixed up. And you can see the stars hanging there. I mean, the planets hanging there. This is not that unusual in schools around the world when they have the capability. It doesn't require any special technology. Having a telescope is really good, but it's not entirely necessary in order to do that. So there we are. I'm back here, I think. Am I back here? Yeah, I'm back here. Okay. So the idea was simply to show, and it turned out to be good timing, that yeah, there's interest. No, it isn't all old people. That it's all us old people. But I'll tell you, when I go to other countries, and I have been to Algeria and Tunisia and Iran and many of the other countries that are in here, I am the only old guy there, unless I meet some political official. They introduce me to a minister or something. That's somebody old. So,
hey, Mike, I've got a question and a comment. Do you think
Sure.
it's because the older generations in all these countries never had the opportunity to even start thinking about astronomy, and now it's just the younger people that now, over the last 20 years, that in all these other countries, you know, we've got a long history in the West of technology and you know, over at least the last 100 years, in amateur astronomers, where these countries were never, I don't think the people were ever introduced to this at all in terms of that. Is that correct, or am I mistaken?
Well, I think it's a good point, and it's kind of hard to say because astronomy has been in every culture throughout all time. I mean, you can look at every culture, and it's in there. And
right. In terms of technology, I guess is what I'm thinking.
Technology is a different story, and it's true that we have had access. But think back, those of you who are old enough, 50 years ago, you know, people made their own telescopes because you didn't have access to that. I never did that. There are some people who still do. And but it just wasn't available. I happen to have one of the 3 telescope makers in the country I knew of that was very close to me. I was interested in astronomy as a kid, and I had a pair of my grandfather's binoculars, and I was out there doing what I could. So the technology helps, but it's not essential. You don't really necessarily have to have the technology. You know, but it helps. So I think it's a good point. It's sort of like the computer revolution that hit the US. It didn't hit developing countries. They went straight to phones. They never had computers. They weren't available. But I can tell you, my first visit to Iran more than 20 years ago, it was crazy how much interest there was in astronomy. And there were fewer than 30 8-inch or bigger telescopes in private hands in a country of 60 million people. They did outreach by making posters and things, you know. So Somebody mentioned about the passion. The passion is what drives it. So I don't know what to say other than that's my experience and that's what I see. And I, in a way, we really got a lot to learn from other places here. And Libby in the stars. Hello, Libby. If you want people to talk to on Zoom about astronomy in other countries, you let me know what country. I will connect you to kids your age because they're out there. I mean, there are plenty in the US too, but there just isn't a congregation place. It's hard to get together. But I know people who are doing it. And I've connected school. I connected a school in the 2 schools in the US with one in Russia and a live connection with the International Space Station through the cosmonauts.
Awesome.
So, it's not that hard to do these things, but
right.
Let me know, Libby. We'll find you people to chat with.
Right.
And Dietrin, it is amazing. And I got to say, the other thing is that I mean, okay, he stands out. I was going to say there are kids like Dietrin everywhere. No, I don't think I ever saw somebody his age doing that math. He'd probably be way ahead of me, but the brilliance is everywhere. Passion is everywhere. These are the resources.
Thank you, Mike.
That's my rant. I really ranted on that one.
Thank you. Those are awesome images. Next up will be Libby in the Stars. And her subject will be Jupiter. And so let's see. Let's take. Let's give you the stage, Libby. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing really nice.
Yeah.
I got to stay on longer since it's a little bit early now.
Right.
So ever since I've started the Zoom calls, the GSPs, I've been doing the planets in our solar system in order. And now I'm at Jupiter, so I'm going to talk about Jupiter. Jupiter is the 5th planet in our solar system, and it is also the biggest. It's 1/10 the size of the sun, so it is almost there, but it's not. And it has lots of storms, so I researched a lot about the storms because I wanted to know a lot about that. Because I always look at Jupiter through my space apps, and the clouds are gorgeous on Jupiter. They look amazing. It looks like extremely gorgeous. So I always love to look at them, and I finally got the chance to research about them today. And I also researched a lot about Jupiter. Was almost about to be a star, and I researched a lot about that and the chemicals. So I'm going to be talking about a lot of chemicals today. That Jupiter was almost a star. So a star, the 2 chemicals that it needs is hydrogen and helium. And once the star is big enough to have, once the planet is big enough to have enough pressure to fuse the hydrogen with the helium, then it will become a star, and that's what the star's energy is. So Jupiter was going to be a star, but was not big enough to be a star and was not big enough to fuse the pressure to become a star. And I really liked researching about that because most things that I talk about when I'm talking about my planets is the atmosphere, the magnetic fields, magnetosphere, and I always talk about the orbit and everything, but I really like to research this because we could have had a whole other solar system, but it turned out being one of the planets with us. And Jupiter is a planet that NASA probably will not explore for a long time. I looked at some articles and I read some stuff, and there is a raging storm there called the Big Red Dot. And I have some planets hanging from my ceiling in my bedroom. And whenever I look at Jupiter, I'm always like, I wonder what that is. But I finally got a chance to research that. So the big red dot is a massive storm, and it's bigger than Earth. And I thought that was amazing. It was amazing because I love to so-called chase storms here because I'm close to Tornado Alley where I live, and I will like watch the storms and like imagine how much fun it would be to go chase storms on Jupiter because of the winds, the lightning, and everything. And I kind of reference back to Earth because whenever I look at the International Space Station views, you could see lightning and you could see, and Jupiter is kind of the same way, but it has moving, and they're like moving faster and faster, over 100 miles per hour wind, and they're all different colors because of the chemicals. And I also was wondering why NASA wouldn't send them, and that was the same thing with Venus, except it's NASA won't send them because it'll destroy their technology. NASA would send their technology to the moon, and Mars, but they would not send it to Venus, or else it'll scorching hot and die. Or they will not send it to Jupiter because it will probably blow away. Because I was looking and I was trying to look at more of the storm side, and those storms are vicious. And a couple of nights ago, I was looking at NASA's new show on Disney Plus, talking about like how they would be able to land their stuff on Mars, being careful. And they were talking about like putting balloon bags over the rover. And I'm just thinking, if they tried doing that, it would probably blow away terribly, and Jupiter storms would not land. And they were talking about Mars, and I was like, okay, I could apply the circumstances that would be on Jupiter. And in my head, I just envisioned it flying away. So now, Jupiter is a great planet, but there's no way that we're going to be able to land on there without a 8 million pound rover to keep it on the ground. And I've always wanted to look, and I tried searching up pictures of Jupiter's surface to kind of get an idea in my head. And there was nothing other than cloud pictures. Because the whole surface is covered by clouds because it's always rainy. And I looked back on my space app and I tried looking from there, and still nothing, only clouds. And I tried for a while and I was like, it's only clouds. So I was like, here, maybe research the flyby missions, and maybe they have a picture of what they saw if they got a little peek in between the clouds. Nothing. I tried searching over and over again. I did not get any research depending on the look of Jupiter's surface. But I was kind of thinking to myself, and I got a little bit of information from NASA that said Jupiter's surface is rocky, and Earth is rocky, and then when a storm comes, all the rocks get mixed up and turn over like buildings and everything. So I'm thinking of an idea of Jupiter being extremely rocky and it looking like a red war zone. So I was also thinking about what is around Jupiter, because it could have been its own solar system, but it was a planet instead. And back when I was at a planetarium, there was a really young kid, about 6 years old, and we were in the planetarium and we were looking at Jupiter. And the person on the speaker, they were like, okay, next, Jupiter. And the kid was like shouting out loud, super humble and proud, like, Jupiter has 63 moons. And I thought that was cool because a 3-year-old was yelling out there trying to share his information. And obviously, if I was the person giving the planetarium guide, I would have been like, hey, come up here and do the work for me. So I looked at that, and I looked back at the pictures that I got through my telescope of Jupiter, and there were 4 moons, and those are called the Galilean moons. And my mom's always like, I want a Galilean telescope. And then I didn't know what that meant until I learned about the person who found out. And he has like the same name as like the telescope and what are the 4 moons called. And his name is Galileo Galilei. So I looked at that and I was like, okay, so he has a lot of things named after him. It's probably about Jupiter. So Galileo telescope might be good for seeing Jupiter and its moons. And so I looked back at my pictures and I saw the 4 moons and they were all on the right side of Jupiter. You could see them all just lined up. And I was like, oh, that's so cool. So I kind of looked back at my researching and I went, okay, that means low. That means Europa. I can't say that right. And then Ganymede and then Callisto. So I was like, okay, cool. I found out what those moons are. And I was like, why can't I see the other ones then? And I'm like, because they're so tiny. They're not big enough. And I found out that one of the moons was bigger than Mercury. And I'm like, okay, NASA, call it a planet now. But I'm like, make up your mind. Kind of like Pluto. Is it a planet or dwarf planet? I'm like, come on, is it a planet or is it going to be a moon? And I researched that a little bit more and I found out that basically if it is orbiting the planet, then if it's in its magnetic field, then it will remain so-called a moon. So I was like, okay, now if we can go and explore Mercury, then we can go and explore the moon that's bigger than Mercury. So I was wondering about that too, because I was like, that's weird. Like if it's bigger than Mercury and Mercury's a planet, then it has to be called a planet. But I learned about it being in the magnetic field.
Awesome. Libby, I want to ask you a question. How did you feel? I mean, when you first saw Jupiter and you saw its moons, I mean, that's kind of a discovery for you, right? I mean, that you'd never seen it like that before.
Yes.
How did
Jupiter was my second discovery through a telescope.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever I saw it, I'm like, oh my gosh, I could see 4 little tiny specks behind it. And before I didn't know about the Galilean moons.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, what are those? And when I look in the sky, how to come I don't see those little 4 dots behind them? I'm like, oh yeah, this is a telescope that has a little microscope that looks in the sky. So I'm like, so this is the magnification to see the 4 moons. I was like, no one can see this with the naked eye. And I can see it. And when I had my friend over to look with the telescope, she would just sit out there and she'd play on her phone. I'll be like, I spot something. And she'll come over and take a photo. And she was like, is that Jupiter? Yes, it is. She's like, is that it? And I'm like, yes, that's Jupiter. And those are the 4 moons.
That's awesome. That is awesome. Libby, I know that you're also very interested in what's underneath that cloud deck of Jupiter. They're still working all that stuff out. But I know some people that know a lot more about it than most people do. And so I'll try to get you more information and maybe get you actually connected with one of the scientists that worked on the mission to Jupiter. So thanks,
Scott.
Thank you.
Hey, Libby, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Libby, when I really enjoyed your presentation on Jupiter, which happens to be my own favorite planet. But when you do research, do you mostly do it over the web or do you also read books and magazine articles about what you're doing research on?
So most of the research that I do, back when I read almost like all the books and my library about all the planets, book by book, I went planet by planet. Jupiter, they did not have a lot of information for me. So I had some background information on what Jupiter was about, but I'm the kind of person who, if you are gonna teach me something, it has to be hardcore. Like I want to learn all of it. I don't want you to give me some baby preschool stuff. I want you to give me the full deal of Jupiter. So I always, so if I can't understand something in a paragraph talking about Jupiter, I'll go look that up. And today I learned a lot about solar winds and magnetic spheres and the Galilean moons and Galilee. Oh my gosh, that's a tongue twister name. But I like to go hardcore on things. So I have background information from when I read books, and they don't give me a lot of information from the books I've read, but I go hardcore online with researching.
Thank you, Libby. Thanks.
That's great, Libby.
Yes.
Okay.
That's good.
All right. So up next will be Chuck Allen. Libby, thank you so much. And Chuck Allen is with the Astronomical League. He has been in rotation with the other officers of the Astronomical League, who is sponsoring the door prizes for the Explorer Alliance and the Global Star Party. And so I'm giving you the stage there. Chuck, thanks for hanging in there with us. We had a lot to cover this morning or this evening. So this morning for some other people.
Yes. Thank you, Scott. Tonight we have the answers to Global Star Party 14 questions. We'll start with that, and I will pull them up and go back to the correct slide here. I'll show you these pictures in a little while. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, current slide. Everybody see that okay?
Yep.
Okay, so these are the questions Terry Mann asked a few days ago, and we'll start with the first one, which is what comet is the source of the Perseid meteor shower? And the answer to that question was Comet Swift-Tuttle. And I can't read the winner because it's blocked by the chat window.
Andrew Corkill.
Okay, thank you. You could do that for me each time if it's blocked. I would appreciate it.
Sure.
Comet Swift-Tuttle comes around about every 133 years. It was discovered in 1862. Has a nucleus that's 16 miles in diameter. In 2026, it's going to make quite an apparition at magnitude 0.7. And this comet has been referred to by astronomers in the past as, quote, the single most dangerous object known to humanity. It has a nasty habit of passing very close to the Earth on frequent passages, often within half an astronomical unit, and in the future will pass less than 1 million miles from the Earth. So it's quite a dangerous object in the long-term future. The next question was, this year NASA determined that this meteor crater is the oldest known meteor crater on Earth. Where is it located? What is the name of the crater? The answer is the Yarra Bubba meteor crater in Western Australia, and the winner of that is Randy Dodge. This crater is 2.229 billion years old. This was determined through uranium-lead dating. This dates it in the Paleoproterozoic era. And the crater is approximately 19 by 43 miles in size. And question 3, I'm looking for the percentage. What percent of the illuminated moon appears half as bright as a full or 100% illuminated moon? The answer, amazingly, is 95%. This is because even at 95%, there is significant shadowing caused by mountains and crater ridges that reduces the brightness of the moon by 0.7 magnitudes, which is half as bright. The first quarter moon, by comparison, is only about 1/11th as bright as a full moon due to shadowing. And interestingly, the first quarter moon is slightly brighter than a last quarter moon. Okay, so now we move on to the question. Oh, the winner for this is Kelly Letourneau. Congratulations. And now we'll move on to the questions for tonight. And the first question is, name this crater. whose rays extend a third the way around the moon?
Okay, so the way that this works is no matter where you are in the world, you will send in your answers to Kent at explorescientific.com. You don't give it in chat here. And the first one to answer that in Kent's email will be the winner. That will be verified from the Astronomical League officers, and then they will notify you here on the show and actually through email.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, we'll move on to question number 2 for tonight, and that is Pluto, Eris, Haumea, and Makemake are 4 of the 5 dwarf planets recognized by the International Astronomical Union. What is the 5th and smallest one?
Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay, and question number 3, the last one for tonight. In what constellation can you find the 3 leaps of the gazelle?
Okay.
I'll give you a hint. It represents a gazelle supposedly frightened by a lion. Okay.
So send your answers to Kent at explorescientific.com. I'm putting it here in chat. And good luck to everyone out there that's participating. So, okay, at this point, we are going to go to a 10-minute break, and then we're going to come right back with Mary Craig. Mary is a performance artist who plays the harp. She's given performances for royalty and for people, I guess, at all kinds of audiences over her long career as a harpist. When you see her beautiful harp, I think you're going to be stunned. It's huge and actually bigger than she is. And we're really honored that she's coming on with us. A little bit of background. I don't know much more than Mary has been around astronomers and involved in astronomy for much of her adult life. She was at one time the secretary to Dr. Jastrow, who ran the Mount Wilson Observatory. She was also wife of the late Tommy Craig, who was a solar astronomer, and she is currently the wife of Gil Clark, who created the Telescopes and Education program for NASA. And so she'll be with us here in about 10 minutes. So thank you. Okay, well, you guys, thank you very much.
Sound check.
Yeah, I'm going to get something to drink here. Tom, do you want to try to do a sound check? Well,
no, I just want to confirm that you can hear me.
Oh, I can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Tom Pickett, can we hear you? Still not hearing you, Tom. Still not. Yeah, don't know what's wrong.
At the lower left corner of your screen, you'll see a microphone icon with mute underneath it. There's a little arrow next to it. If you click on the arrow, it opens up a box where you can check your microphone while you're here in the meeting.
Audio settings too.
Oh, can you hear me?
Oh, we can start to hear you now.
Liz, you can hear me now?
Yeah, a little bit.
I can hear you.
The volume's a little low.
Let me go and see if I can turn it up.
You may just need to get closer to your microphone.
If Libby is listening, I left links to a couple of videos in the comments area. I had interviewed a Dr. Vincent Hugh, who was a part of the Juno mission.
Is that better?
That's better. Yep.
Okay.
And there is some background noise, Tom.
There is?
Yeah.
Like what?
I don't know. It sounded like a machine noise of some sort. Not sure.
But it's quiet now.
Okay. I see Mary's getting all
My
set.
brother is playing his video games in the other room, so. Oh my God, on video games. I can't.
All right, guys. I'll be right back. Just going to get something to wet my whistle here, and I can see Mary's getting all prepared, so that's great. Okay.
Yeah, hold on a second. I'll get it. Okay, the passcode is here. Oh, Scott?
Yeah.
Gil needs the passcode to get on, and I can't get
I'll
access.
send it to him. Don't worry.
Thank you.
I can hear you, Mary, though. I think I can hear you very easily.
Hi there.
Yeah.
Okay, Scott will send it to you.
Hey, David, I have a question for you.
Sure, Tom.
What was it like when you discovered, the actual feeling and emotion that you had when you realized that you had discovered that this comet was going to hit Jupiter?
That took place on May 22nd, 1993. We had known about the comet, and it was really quite already getting into the news because it was so odd. But on that day, I read an email that said that the comet would likely collide with Jupiter in July of 1994. And I just looked at this and I read it. Carolyn was there, and I read it to Carolyn. Gene was in the dark room at the time, Gene Shoemaker. And right away he said, "Don't read anymore." And he came running out and he said, "I need to see this for myself." And the three of us were just sort of staring silently at each other, trying to get this whole thing in. It was really something in my life that I will never see again. Just knowing that we were going to be part of this cosmic event that was going to take place on Jupiter and only within the next year was really very, very special. And I remember during most of that day, the three of us just being kind of quiet as thoughts just went into our head as to what would possibly happen.
You were so elated that you were quiet, right?
What actually happened was far, far more than we ever could have expected.
Oh my goodness.
It really was.
Here you are, you're getting ready to see a cosmic event unfold before your eyes. And you got the Hubble Space Telescope looking at it.
Yeah.
And everybody peering at it, you know. The reason why that I said that, this telescope behind me right here, I'm going to talk about this telescope tonight. I seen Jupiter for the first time through this telescope. And it was the first object that I had ever seen. And I was probably about 15 years old at the time. Yeah. And man, it was mind-boggling to, because when you're a child and you go to school and you read all this stuff in books, you can't picture it just looking at it in the book. But when you look through one of these and you see it analog and you actually see it with your own eyes and you move the scope around and it's bobbing around, right? it dawns on you that it's actually for real. You know, I mean, the realness of it is just, you know.
It's really incredible to be able to discover for yourself Jupiter and his 4 moons. Galileo could have felt no greater thrill than when you first look at Jupiter and his 4 moons.
Yeah.
Through a telescope.
I could see the 4 moons. I could see the color bands. I could see everything. You know, I was like to myself, like, I got a super scope. You know what I mean? Nobody's got one like this. You know how a 14-year-old is going to say, you know? So.
Well, it's very interesting that you use that telescope.
I've
used this one to look at Jupiter many times. It was not my first telescope, but I've had this telescope for almost 50 years now. So my 6th named Minerva.
I've had this 40 years.
Yeah.
And the mirror and the mirror is still in good shape.
Yeah.
Guys are amazing.
They last a lifetime if you take good care of them.
Yeah.
And if you use them.
I mean, it's got a helical, you know, focuser on it. And I got everything, you know, that came with it. I even got the old Kellner eyepieces.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, I might have missed it.
Huh?
What's the aperture on that? What's the millimeters?
It's 4.5 inches at 900 millimeters.
Oh, that's so cool. That's exactly what I saw Jupiter through my first time as well.
Well, when I get back online and I talk to everybody about this, my friend and I was in the yard when I first got this, and he told me, he said, point it up there at that bright star, and we thought it was a star. And I wiggled it around a little bit, you know, and different things like that, until finally I got an eyeball on it, and I went, that's not a star. Because you could see the 4 moons, they were spread out, you know what I mean? And it was just about the same type of feeling that went through David Levy's head when that asteroid was getting ready to hit Jupiter. I discovered something, you know? It was just amazing. You know, I mean, you know, the feeling that you get from when you're a small kid like that, you know? So it becomes real. It actually becomes real, you know? And it turns the scientific mind on, and you want to see more. You know what I mean?
Okay, guys. We are back after our break, and you've been watching the Global Star Party number 15, and we've had some fantastic speakers already from around the world, including Ditran Selmani from Kosovo, you know, you know, and Libby and the Stars, 2 young 10-year-olds that are passionately interested in astronomy and space exploration. David Levy and Kelly Beatty have been on already, and Mike Simmons, and Chuck Allen from the Astronomical League. We now take you to Australia, where we will introduce Mary Craig. Mary is someone that's been around astronomy for a good portion of her adult life, maybe all of her life. I would like to know more about Mary, and maybe she can tell us a little bit more about herself. But she is an amazing harpist, and you can see the beautiful harp there in front of her right now. And Mary, I'm so pleased that you're here with us tonight or today. At your time, it's around noontime over there in Australia, coming up on maybe 1 o'clock. Can you tell us a little bit more? Can you tell the audience more about yourself?
Well, I'll try. I married I married Tom in 1966 and moved to Mount Wilson, where we lived there for 10 years. And Tom was offered a position with the observatory here in Australia at Siding Spring, and he accepted it, and so that's where we moved. But gosh, I love the years that I spent on Mount Wilson, and we enjoyed working with the 100-inch. I had the privilege of looking through the eyepiece at some of the planets at like 3 and 4 in the morning, and it was an incredible experience. And of course, the solar towers, that's where Tom spent his professional life at Mount Wilson. That was an incredible experience for me to learn about solar astronomy through Tom. And so basically, with music, I've always loved the harp, and never had a chance to study professionally. I just have private tutors, but I mainly just studied by myself. And when I moved to Australia, I had the privilege of joining a few little small orchestras, and that's where I had the experience of playing for the Queen and Prince of Wales in Dubbo, this city in Dubbo.
Great.
Yeah, so that was an incredible moment in my life. But other than that, it's just been a lovely sideline, just enjoying playing in restaurants and small occasions when I had the opportunity. And in the observatories, I played at Griffith Observatory a couple of times for functions. And I played on the catwalk of the 100-inch for the dedication of Chara when they dug the
Awesome.
McAllister, Dr. McAllister and Dr. Jastro and a bunch of others were there with their helmets and their shovels digging away. And that was wonderful. So yes, I played in the AAT for events. So I've made my rounds with the observatories. But just a hobby, it's just a
Mary?
hobby.
Yes.
Mary, tell them how you learned that you cook better than Debbie Reynolds.
That was pretty funny. When Tom and I were at the Mount Wilson, unbeknownst to me, Tom got a call from the office at Carnegie down in Pasadena that Eddie Fisher and his agent were coming up to Mount Wilson. He wanted to have a look around. So, of course, I was busy cooking an Italian dish for lunch. And Tom brings Eddie Fisher and his agent down to the house and he introduces me. And of course, with lunch cooking, I kind of had to say something. I said, well, why don't you stay for lunch?
Right.
And so while I was at the stove stirring, doing something, Eddie Fisher comes up to me and says, you're a much better cook than Debbie Reynolds.
Oh.
Wow.
That's a great compliment.
Yeah.
So what will you be playing for us today?
Well, I thought that since the autumn colors are so beautiful now in the US, Canada, and Europe, I was going to play a piece called Autumn Leaves or September Song. And it's one of my favorites. And so I thought I would play this for you. And unfortunately, I'm just recovering from an infection in my hand, so I'm hoping that my hands will behave and form as I hope.
Okay. All right. Wonderful.
I will begin.
Wow.
Hands weren't up to it, but anyway.
Yeah.
I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful. Okay. Wow. Mary, thank you so much. We are joining Mary as well as her husband, Gil Clark. Gil, you guys are a few miles apart right now in Australia. Is that right?
We are. It's a 6-hour drive apart right now.
Mhm.
They're working on the roof. So I was fortunate enough to be able to break in and say hi to you guys. I would like to point out that Mary was key to the effort in telescopes and education. She coordinated all of the scheduling and bringing the volunteers together to help the students.
Yeah.
And Eleanor Helene was so impressed, she named an asteroid after Mary.
Wow.
So that was pretty cool.
Very deserved. That's great. Mary, thank you so much. The harp definitely has a celestial sound to it, so it's very cool.
Sorry that my hand wasn't.
Ah.
Anyway.
Everybody loved it, so thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so up next is Mike Simmons again. He will talk about visions of space and some of the artistic side of what his experiences in his global astronomy experiences. So I think a little redundant.
That's okay. I just had dinner and had a nice little wine with it, so I'm probably going to do a few slips here as we go, but that's okay.
Yeah.
So, Mary, it's so good to see you. You're there, Mary. Yeah, it's fabulous to see you, and I got to tell you that one of the great memories I have from Mount Wilson Observatory, where I have a lot of memories over the last almost 40 years is being in the 100-inch dome up on the observing floor while you were down at the ground level playing the harp.
I remember that, yes.
That was just, I wish you could have come up and enjoyed it, but it just resonated through the whole 100-foot steel dome.
It was my pleasure to be there to do that.
Yeah. Anyway, great to see you again.
Thank you, Mary.
So, so I wish I had something having to do with music to follow up here, but I put together something about somebody who I think is really, really important to all of us that are interested in astronomy and space exploration. And one of the things I know from being in a lot of other countries is, while in the United States and some other countries, astronomy and space science are like two different disciplines. It's not the case in most of the world. We just happen to actually go into space, but most of the world doesn't do that. So they're considered the same things. And in a way, they are the same things. I feel when I'm looking through a telescope that I'm exploring space, just like the astronauts I know that are out there, but we get to travel farther. We may not get the personal experience, but we get to get out there and see lots of other stuff. And I've changed my background to a really famous image. So I wanted to talk a little bit about Chesley Bonestell. Now, Chesley Bonestell, if you don't know his name, you know his art. And he was extremely influential in the early days of what some of us gray hairs remember as the space race and the space age after Sputnik first went into space. So I'm going to share my screen here. And let's see if I can get to where I can see things here. All right, so this is the same image. It is Chesley Bonestell's Saturn as seen from Titan. Now, other people such as Kelly can tell me how close this comes to reality. But Jerry, you pointed out something I will talk about, that Chesley Bonestell was an artist. He did not necessarily begin in space art, but he was extraordinarily influential. And Kelly is showing us here. I'm going to hold on a second. I'm going to just stop sharing here so we can look at what Kelly's got. If I can find my, oh, there it is. Kelly is showing his picture of this exact thing on his wall. And I remember, I don't know if it, when I worked at Griffith Observatory in the 70s, I don't know if it was, you know, a reproduction or something that he did, but that image, that painting was up in a very large panorama in the rotunda, and it was spectacular. So most of us know this painting here, and many of you will recognize some of the other things, such as this one, which is, he called it Ship Ready for Return. This was painted in 1944. The previous one, I think, was the same year. And here is Exploring Mars, something he did in 1953. So the thing about Chesley Bonestell, those of us alive at the time, we saw the exploration of space through Chesley Bonestell's eyes. He painted it for us. He showed us what the future looked like. He wasn't always right, but the thing is that it was fascinating to see. And whether things turned out that way or not, he really piqued interest in what was coming up. Now, Chesley did not start with space art. He was an illustrator. He was an architectural illustrator. He had a part in designing some of the features of these landmark buildings in New York, as well as the Golden Gate Bridge. Now, in the case of the Golden Gate Bridge, he actually made drawings which were intended to encourage people to invest in the bridge, because the project was faltering. They needed more money and they needed a way to convince people. So he didn't do the design work on it like he did on those buildings, but he had a part in making sure that it happened. And they're just exquisite. And these were rediscovered not that long ago. He also was a special effects guy in the movies. He did a lot of work. In this case, this is Citizen Kane, and he did the matte paintings for the special effects to show Xanadu. So if you see a clip with and without the matte painting, you'll see that, I think that's Orson Welles down there, walking across an empty sound stage. But this is what it looked like in the movie. He did a lot of movies after his architectural stuff, and he became very successful there. Now, he started getting into magazines here in 1954 with Life magazine that some of you will remember. I'm not even sure what this is exactly, but he did a lot of interesting astronomy stuff, depicting binary stars and other things. Now, this is before the era of telescopes that people could take images or even infer what these things really looked like. So this was Chesley Bonestell's imagination, but it was the closest. It was realistic. He did what we knew at the time, and he showed us. He showed us the future is what he did. Now, here is the Saturn as seen from Titan again. Very famous, but what a lot of people don't know is he did a whole series of Saturn as seen from different moons, and this is Saturn as seen from Mimas. He did this actually the year before he did the one from Titan. And then from Iapetus. So now, of course, the moons, they could only imagine that the moons were like our moon. They didn't know that they might be ice covered and all of these other things. They had no way of knowing that at the time. But to see these things, especially once for someone like me who's interested in astronomy and eventually got a chance to look through telescopes a little later in life, this was what we dreamed about. I mean, he was showing us our dreams. He got into a lot of magazines. Collier's is another one. Can we get to Mars? Is there life on Mars? He drew these images, and he worked very closely with the scientists. He also worked on books. He illustrated The Conquest of Space, which I have here someplace, with Willy Ley. And he got first billing on that one here. Now, one of the things I'll throw in here is that he did this, paintings like this, according to what the astronomers told him the moon probably looked like. Well, they didn't really know. That was the best that they could do. But when we finally landed on the moon with the surveyors and things like that and got pictures from up close, it really wasn't anything like his pictures. And he said he was really annoyed at that because he'd been misled and made all these illustrations that weren't really right. Frankly, I don't care. You know, the spacecraft don't look like that thing there either, but that's okay. Conquest of the Moon was another one he did, in this case with Wernher von Braun, the head of the US space program. Fred Whipple, a very prominent astronomer at the time, and Willy Ley. So he put to image what they felt, what they were trying to talk about. The Conquest of Space was turned into a movie, and this was in, I don't remember, 1955 or something like that. And I've got one still to show you from that. It gives you an idea of the quality of that movie. The other ones are more laughable. So it's pretty terrible. But it was based on Chesley Bonestell's work. And one more thing I want to add here is that this is a movie, Chesley Bonestell, A Brush with the Future, by Douglas Stewart. This is a terrific movie. Everything that I've said is in that movie. I learned a lot from seeing it. I know the director. I watched this movie a few times. I don't know if it's available for sale. It was being screened here and there in different places, but of course it can't be now. If you get a chance to see this, you should. If not, put it on your list. If you're interested in how the space age was shaped, then Chesley Bonestell is as important to that, as far as the public perception of, more important than von Braun. He's the one that showed us what the future looked like. And for all the faults in it, the things that the scientists didn't get right, so he didn't get right, it doesn't make any difference. Not to me, anyway. Dreams are not reality. And this was part reality, part dreams. So I just thought it was important to talk about somebody who really made a difference. And, okay, so a comment here, which is really good. How can a man paint something so realistic without ever having set foot in the place? There is a good quote from somebody that basically says that. I mean, basically, it's how did he know? How did he know? The details might be wrong, but so much of it is right. So it's a good question and one that I can't answer, but that's what real talent is.
Wow. Okay. Wonderful. I'm going to have to get some of those reproductions myself. I love them.
Oh, I grew up with them, Scott. I can't get enough of them. I love them.
They are beautiful. Thank you, Mike. That's great. Well, up next is Marcelo Souza. He is in Brazil. He is also heading up the new editions of Skies Up magazine that will be coming out soon. Marcelo has done a tremendous amount of outreach in astronomy in Brazil and is a huge influence in South America to all astronomers and those interested in space exploration. I know Mike has been to several of his events. I've been down there once. It's amazing, and just as a lot of the photographs that Mike Simmons showed with young people super interested in astronomy and space exploration, well, that characterizes Brazil's interested audience as well. And so I'm going to turn over the stage to Marcelo. Thank you very much for participating in Global Star Party.
Thank you, Scott. It's a great pleasure to be here. Congratulations for the global party. That is a fantastic moment. And I would like to talk now about the image that motivated me to work with astronomy when I was young. As we are talking about the opposition of Mars, then was an image of Mars that I saw in a book written by Carl Sagan that was Cosmos. I will share here my screen. Can you hear me? I don't know if it's okay, my internet today. I know that my chroma key is not good, but I hope the internet is working well.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay, this is because I included some images about what we talked earlier. This is one of the biggest events of sky observation that we organize in our city. It's a bridge that crosses the river in front of our city. We have two places and a river in the middle. Then we have three bridges. This was one of the bridges. We organized eclipse observation 2 years ago, and you had more than 5,000 people there to look to the eclipse. It was in the beginning of the night, and I will explain why I'm showing this. Here are some images of the eclipse, our group working during the eclipse. We had 5 telescopes. We have so many people that we can't see. The members of our club can't contact with others. Each one stayed in near your telescope. And we didn't expect this because we asked the mayor to authorize us to close the bridge in the rush moments. That was in the beginning of the night because it was the best place to look at the moon during the eclipse. And we asked to close only one the lines of the bridge. And we had so many people that they need to close all the bridge during the rush time. And here are some of the images of the event. It was fantastic. I'm showing this, and here is my youngest kid here looking at the telescope, and he was with her doll, and then she did this. This is a fantastic image that I ever remember when we had to change all the activities we did this year because of the pandemic moment. Now, as we talked earlier, what changed for us because we don't have this kind of image, people looking at the telescopes in outreach activities. The biggest one that we organized this year was this one that I showed here. And this was the last one that we organized there. Have digital image from telescopes projecting in big screens. And is what we are doing now. I think that this will change everything we will do in the future because now it's first time we organize an event like this, projecting image from telescopes in big screens. And I think that this will be a reality from now. Then we are making many tests with many different telescopes that we have to use this kind of system in the future. Now I will show the image that changed everything for me. That this is Mars. Here you have only some images. This was the first image that I have from mariners, spaceships, but this was the one that changed everything for me. That was the image from the Viking. This image, that when I saw for the first time, I was young.
Yeah.
And this changed everything for me because I didn't believe that I was seeing an image from another planet. And we don't have so many information that we have today here in Brazil. I only saw when I bought the book of Carl Sagan, Cosmos. And after this, when I saw the series on TV. Then this image changed everything for me. And it's something that nowadays, I don't know how that it can impact the people, the youngest people, because they have so many images, so many information today. But for me, this image were fantastic that changed everything and motivated me to work with astronomy. This was the man, this kind of image that are amazing images of a planet. I think that you have, before this, you have only the image of Venus from Venera, on the surface of Venus, and then, but I didn't have access of this image only many years later. And then these were the first images of the surface of a planet that I saw in my life. I believe that for many people that was young in this period, was the image that impacts them about the astronomy. But I didn't believe that I was seeing images of a different planet. Now having wonderful resolutions image of the surface of Mars with many new informations. But for me, in this moment, when I saw for the first time, was something that I bought the book that was very expensive here for us. In the library, I asked my parents to buy the book, and I have this book until today. This first edition that I bought from the Cosmos. And this was another image that was responsible to when we organized many kinds of events. The first events that I organized of popularization of astronomy, many people asking me about this picture of the Mars surface. I was taken by the, as everybody knows, by the Viking, but not the uh, the probe, but from the spaceship. That's the Sidonia region of Mars. This is probably for many people that like UFOs is a place where they in the past, I don't know nowadays because everything changed and the people are again have questions about all kinds of images, but in this period there was something that we have many kinds of discussions about the if you have aliens living in Mars or not, but everything changed with the Mars reconnaissance orbiter that took these pictures of this region and showed that it is a natural mountain. Here, I go close here. This is the same mountain, an image taken by the Mars reconnaissance orbiter. I believe that 10 years after we saw the first image of Viking, we had this image. But during 10 years, everybody showed me this image and they asking all the events we organize about if it is a proof that you have aliens in Mars living on the surface of Mars. Then this showed the importance of science, the popularization of science. And it's something that is unbelievable that nowadays we have people that is returning questions about the images, about the proofs that we showed. Here, another image of this region, and you can see that's a natural region of Mars. And a few months ago, I was looking information about Sidonia because they asked me again in Google, and you have many references talking about Sidonia, this region, asking about the pyramids that they have there, if you have people living there. Something that for me is yet unbelievable that you have this kind of discussion nowadays. But this image that changed me and it motivated me to learn more about astronomy and begin to work with astronomy. I saw this image before I finished my high school, and I decided to do physics. And at the university, I had the opportunity for the first time to look at a telescope and to use the telescope of the university to begin our groups of astronomy. This is a smile on Mars.
Yes.
And we 2 years ago, we received from Buzz Aldrin Shared Space Foundation the giant Mars map, and we begin to visit schools and public places to show more information about Mars. It's a big map. You have almost 8 meters by 8 meters. It's a big map, and you use to popularize astronomy, and the students can walk and map. Here have some of the images of the activity organized with this map. This is in the biggest shopping center of our city, organized 3 times an event in this place with our big, and it's possible to see how students like to see this map and to walk and have a robot, automatic robot. Here, our group of organizing activities, this map. And I will finish off with the image of my daughter
How's your
with
dog?
the head off.
That's so cute, Marcelo.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we will. We're about to go to a 10-minute break here. You can see our group that we have present with also Dustin Gibson is with us. And we are right now broadcasting on the Clear Skies Network, which is sponsored by OPT. And if you have had a chance, you should tune in to Gibson Picks to check out his amazing live programs through, with people controlling telescopes that OPT sponsors. So before we go to break, does anybody have anything they'd like to share, anything they'd like to say before we take our next 10 minutes?
Yeah, what I wanted to say is it's amazing that that guy did those paintings way back then, and he was so accurate on some of that. I mean, I was looking at Mars, and it looks just like that. I mean, the guy had a vision, didn't he?
He did. He worked with the best scientists, the best astronomers. And, a lot of his moon things are real spiky, and really the mountains are more worn down than that. And nobody cared really except him. He was annoyed. Yeah. So the Mars ones, he couldn't tell how rocky it was or anything like that. But yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. He got the color almost right, didn't he?
He did.
It's important to remember that in that period of time, not that many astronomers who were actually focused on observing the planets and understanding the solar system. And so, I was thinking, well, gee, somebody should have figured out, Fred Whipple should have figured out that with all these little meteoritic particles floating around and hitting our atmosphere, they would have eventually worn down those peaks on the moon and made them rounded. But there just weren't enough bodies thinking about the moon or even the planets. That in that time, it was all using the Hubbell, using the 200-inch Palomar telescope to see the edges of the universe.
Okay.
I mean, I'm looking at Saturn with the shadow on one side and then a crescent and then this ring that's real thin. I mean, he nailed it. I mean,
Well, that we could see back then, and because I've used telescopes over 100 years old, and you can see that stuff. So it's just when you get close up, like the images of the rings close up, there weren't any indications that it looked like that.
Mike, did you just say you've used telescopes 100 years ago?
No. I couldn't afford them 100 years ago. I was too young.
All right, we're going to take this 10-minute break. The mics are still hot, so everybody can hear. You can continue your conversation, and we will be right back.
Marcelo, please drink a caipirinha for me.
Okay.
I was at the planetarium when they opened the second planetarium, and their initiation to me was to teach me how to drink caipirinha.
Wow.
The astronomer
you are almost a Brazilian.
Yeah, for me, it was always chope.
Well, they're very nice people over at the planetarium there. I had a very good stay with them.
Ah, great. Fantastic.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Mike, Tony will be sending you that link tomorrow
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
No rush on it. I
He
just
usually
wanted to
sends
be
them
sure.
out. He sends them out about 2 days in advance. Usually.
Yeah, I meant to mention I've been doing remote presentations for quite a long time too. Another way that we do things, I've had Zoom meetings with people around the world. So yeah, it's you know what led to that was long before the pandemic was places that couldn't get. I mean, I was president of the LA Astronomical Society. We just called people up at JPL or Mount Wilson or Palomar or whatever, but you know, places out in the middle of the country or another country, they can't get speakers like that. So as soon as Skype was able, we were doing it remotely like that. I think that's a good thing. Marcelo, I'm sorry I missed seeing everybody down there this year. Oh, you're going, okay.
Let's see if soon we will have an opportunity to meet all of you. A good night for all of you. Mike, good night.
Good night. Boa noite.
Boa noite. Boa noite para todos.
It's all pretty quiet on here.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You know, I think that we could probably go ahead and get started. So I'll take this back. We are coming back to prepare with the astronomers that will be sharing views and talking about their gear and maybe showing some image processing. I was getting mail here, and on Friday I gave a talk with Stuart Parkerson with Astronomy Technology Today from the Austin Astronomical Society, and they gave a very nice letter here. And they said that astronomy is one of the very few areas of specialized intellectual achievement where amateurs, professionals, and academics work in close collaboration. And we greatly appreciate your service to the hobby, the enterprise, and the study that together discover, understand, and explain the universe and our place in it. Very nice. This is by Michael Murata, vice president of the club, and they sent me these beautiful pieces of currency that are all astronomical. So I thought I would show some of that to you. There's $6,000, $8,000 in that. And I don't know where I can donate these to, but and then some here that have this beautiful astronomical instrument in it, and it's so cool. So anyhow, it's nice to get such things from friends, and I will take this back to our group. And here we are, all of us. And I'll remove that pin. Okay, so this is the part of the Global Star Party where people share views that their telescopes, talk about image processing, show image processing. But I'm going to turn this over to Dustin Gibson. Dustin is taking some time out for us. And Dustin, what's happening? Did you already complete a show? Are you about to start a show?
No. So I do mine on Thursday and Friday. So we do the Clear Skies Network things every single night. Okay. But yeah, the ones that I stream are generally Thursday and Friday evenings. And that's where we, live stream the observatories and things when we don't have smoke and ash in the air here in California or bad weather in Texas, But yeah. So every Thursday and Friday night, man, it's fun. It's a virtual star party, and we open up the observatories and go with it, and we train people on how to use them. The whole point is to have access to the universe through these telescopes for people that otherwise don't have access to observatories. So it's fun.
Right.
It's a lot of fun.
Oh yeah. It's more than fun. It's transformative. The experiences that you give people, the interactions that you have with your audience is really fantastic. So that's great.
Well, that's what we found is all it takes is an opportunity. Sometimes it's literally just one chance to look at something, and it's that aha moment. That was what it was for me. It's what it was for Ginny. And I know that we've heard it countless times on these streams. That's all it took was somebody looking at the moon or looking at Saturn for the first time. And it's just, it can be as much as an entire life path change like it was for me. But yeah, that perspective is just, once it's in your blood, how do you get it out? Once you've seen it, you can't unsee it. And so that's what we're trying to do, is just open that door and, use OPT as a vehicle to create new access to the universe globally through, leveraging technology.
That's right. Well, you guys are doing it like no one else. So it's very inspirational. And, I thank you for coming on to the show and sharing some time with us. And is there anything that you want to tell the audience before?
I want to support everything you're doing. I love it. I love that, you're really making this push and getting this stuff out there. You have great guests every single week. We're telling more and more people about this to try to get people here. It's amazing. And the stories are fascinating. The pictures earlier, Mike, that was, it's inspiring. Just watching this stuff is inspiring. More people need to see it. And I think that now that this is something that people have access to every single night, there's something going on space related, and it costs $0. It's literally just pull out your cell phone. You can watch this, and you can find people who are as crazy about this thing as we are, to talk about it and to kind of lend some of that excitement, and it's contagious. So having this avenue, and we're just watching on every front, the star parties are getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and we tried to force it at first. I almost got arrested in Times Square by the counterterrorism unit when I brought a bunch of my staff to Times Square and just.
I remember when.
Yeah, so they got this great photo of me like getting brought down by them, but then the next year they invited us back, so we did it even bigger, and now it's something we do every year. But as they call it telescopes in Times Square, which is really cool. But, you know, even then we thought then like this has to be the peak. This is how we're going to reach the most people. Just bring the telescopes to them. Don't go, you know, we were using things like the Triad Ultra filter, which is a multi-band pass filter that would let us shoot through the light pollution of Times Square. We thought this is the answer. We're going to reach a lot of new people. And then we settled, we have one of our affiliates on Twitch, and I went to TwitchCon in San Diego, and it was the most eye-opening experience I've ever had. You know, the entire city. So Petco Park is where the Padres play. It was such a big convention that they rented out all of Petco Park just for the after party. That's how big a deal TwitchCon was. And I realized this is a vehicle for our, I mean, people are using it for video games, but what if we leverage this for, you know, for star parties and for driving this thing out there in a new way? And the first one we did reached like 800,000 views in a night. We were like, well, here we go, off and running. Let's tell some people about space. Let's do this, you know? And so we brought in our affiliates and started driving that stuff forward. But that's the whole mission, is how do we tell people about this and what it is that, you know, obviously we feel like this is a very valuable perspective. How do we communicate that effectively? And I think that these new tools allow us to do that.
I would say you're right. I'd say you're right. Okay. All right. Well, we will, you know, we'll be sending some people your way too, Dustin. I think that, you know, Dietran and Libby might be interested in participating on one of your programs sometime.
Absolutely. Anytime. Yeah. All of ours are kid friendly, and those kids I want to be like them when I grow up, you know? So they're amazing. So yeah, well, thanks for having me on. I always just want to pop on, say hi, and you know, congratulate you on everything moving forward, Scott. Love what you're doing. And I tell people all the time, you know, it's only because he started at OPT. That's the only reason Scott's so good at this.
Maybe that's true. I did send Dustin a image that was sent to me by Steve Edberg, who participated in my second ever astronomy event that I did. And I did it at OPT, which was called OPC at the time. It was Oceanside Graphic Center. And we had a big audience. It was really incredible. And Steve was kind enough to send that over to me. I'm getting scans of it. I'll send it to you and Jenny, and you can add it to the archive of OPT history. So
it hit me. I went back and I started looking at everything after that, and I realized we're 75 years old in just a few months. 75 years old.
Some big deal out of that.
Yeah, it's wild, man. It's wild. You know, the days just keep accumulating. They just go by so quick, but then you stop and you think about it. Like, wow, what a legacy that, you know, especially Craig and yourself, you guys built this thing out to serve the community, and it's a machine, and that's what it does.
Amazing the whole time. It really has. That's awesome. Okay, all right. So we are going to turn this over to our group.
I'm going to run, but good to see everybody. Thank you so much for being part of this. Very much appreciated. Good to see you
Dustin,
all.
before you go, 75 years, you sure are aging gracefully.
Yeah, I get zero credit. I get zero credit for the things that they've done. They built this thing into you know, into the beautiful thing it is. I just came in after the fact, obsessed with it is all it was. So no, this was long before we got there. A wonderful thing. But thank you, Tom. Good to see you guys.
And take care.
All right, bud.
Okay, so I think that we have some live images coming in at this point. Richard Grace, also known as the Astro Beard, tells me that he's got M31 being imaged right now. Do you want to show that?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Now, Richard, you've been on, I think, every global star party we've had at this point, so...
everyone on this side of the pond.
Yes.
Oh, M31.
I got rained on. I didn't always produce good images, but yeah, right now this is live. It's 10-minute subs coming in on the ED80 with a 0.8 on the back. and it's working. Getting data. That one's a little bit a little trailed, but at 10 minutes they don't all come out perfect. Something happens every now and then. And let's see here. I had a little test shot from earlier. It's definitely got a whole bunch of noise and stuff, but some stuff I was just messing with.
Very nice.
And I've been trying to tweak with what I've been doing. I only have a couple of test shots, and I keep changing things, so I'm not actually really adding to my data. I have a little the stretch button there. It does show a little more in the detail there, but
all the dust lanes.
It turns everything blue because the filter. It all has to be done out in post. But yeah, I put the 80 on because I figured I wouldn't want to go up against all the big scopes that probably be coming out for imaging Mars. But I took the C8 out earlier to cool on the hood of the car just in case, because I don't know how many people we have imaging tonight.
Right.
But yeah, that's what I got for right now. I figured I'd go wide field because I figured we'd have a bunch of people looking at Mars.
Hey, Richard, I've got a wide field set up, deep sky set up in the MSRO, but I just did some imaging of Mars. I'm going to show and see. I was surprised what I could get, to tell you the truth, and you'll see it in a few minutes whenever I get on.
Oh yeah, I'm at 400 millimeters of focal length right now.
I'm at 850.
Yeah, as short as I get. I got everything's longer than that, but yeah, let me where's the unshare button? There it is.
Here we go. Oh,
thank you everybody for coming out to the party as usual. So yeah, on with the show, right?
Right. Okay. All right. So here, I'm going to leave this up like as Hollywood squares or celebrity squares, as depending on which side of the ocean that you're on here. But anyways, we've got with us tonight, of course, Richard Grace, who just showed his image of M31. Myself, Scott Roberts, and Chuck Allen from the Astronomical League is still with us. Gary Palmer in the UK, where it's getting late, I think. Robert Wilmore, he's joining us too. He's going to talk a little bit. Tom Pickett out in Texas. Robert, you're in California, is that right? Yep. Yes. Okay. All right. And of course, Jerry Hubbell in Virginia, and Chuck Lewis, who joins us. And so that's all great to have everyone on. Why don't we switch to Gary just for a few minutes, and then we'll jump over to you, Jerry. Okay? All right.
Hi, Scott. Hi, everyone.
Yeah.
Hope everybody's doing well. It's not really clear enough to go out there and do any imaging tonight. There are gaps there, but I'm not going to take the chance of it throwing down in the observatory and racing around to close the roof up. So I thought we would have a look at some processing and touch on something different. And Dustin just touched on it as it goes for these triad filters, quad band filters, and all of the other different filters that are around. And they're becoming quite popular because they're allowing us to shoot through light pollution quite simply. Yeah, you're getting quite a lot of detail in objects with one-shot color cameras. So I'm just going to share a screen over. Hopefully that screen is sharing okay. Now, I actually did this in a workshop with a customer today. It's his data. And I thought we'd use it tonight to actually prove what can be done with this. But what you have to actually think about these filters is, even though they're quad band, tri-band, really at the end of the day, they're dual band, because to try and pick the other two colors out of these filters is really, really hard. So they generally end up with HA and O3. You get some of them with hydrogen beta in them, some of them with S2. Hydrogen beta is very close to O3, so you're not going to be able to separate that on the image. And S2 is very similar to HA, or very close to it, wouldn't say similar. And it's going to have a lot less detail in it. So images generally come out from the one-shot color, if we look at them, as a dual color image. And that creates a problem then, because they have a lot more color in one or the other side. So at the end of our workshop today, we ended up with this out of the same image.
Now, which filter are you using for this shot, Gary?
This was using the L Pro Extreme.
L Pro Extreme.
Yeah, Optilong L Pro Extreme.
Okay.
So by manipulating the colors around and creating an extra channel, we can now come up with 3 colors in the image. And the colors are down to you as to what you choose to use. But it was really, I thought, well, we might as well have a look at how we create that third color. Yeah, because this comes up in other types of imaging. It could come up in the Cygnus loop, where you're primarily O3 and HA, but you could do with the other color to then make your RGB image. So it's quite straightforward, and really what you play around with and what colors you get at the end of the day are down to what palette you choose once you've made that third channel. It is totally down to you. So the easiest way of doing this is to separate the colors out so that we actually get the HA and the O3. And you can do that by, on the color image, just selecting the button at the top there, that will separate your colors. And when you look at the blue and the green, they're very, very similar. They're next to absolutely no difference between the 2 images when you go in close on them. So what we need to do is create a third channel. And the easiest way of doing that is to take a portion of the hydrogen alpha. And as you can see in the hydrogen alpha shot to the O3, there's massive amounts of difference in the data there. So what we're going to do is take a percentage of each image and join them together. And that's really, really simple in PixInsight, because you can use pixel maths, and you can create 101 different percentages of these images and blend all sorts of different things together.
Wow.
There's lots and lots of logarithms for this that are free online. You just search for it, blending options in PixInsight, and you'll be able to go to loads of websites where people have sat down and done codes for this. So you don't actually have to do all the working out. But what we do is if we open up the pixel maths, we need to change a couple of boxes here. Because we're actually working with a mono image, our color space needs to send out a new image as a mono image before we generate our color image. And we also need to create a new image. If you go replace target, it will just go over the top of one of the images that you were last on. And then what we do is open up the expression editor. And in here, what this basically is 0.4 is working out at 40%, of the hydrogen alpha image. And because, as we've seen in the original shot, the hydrogen alpha covers most of the image. So if we went in at 100% and 100% and just combined the 2 images, we're going to end up with the same thing. So we want a percentage of the image. So 0.4, with the HA image, 0.6 is 60% of the O3 image. Once we've got those together, we just apply it. And that is now, let me just move that out of the way, our blended image. So that's a fraction now of HA and a fraction of O3, and we can use that as a blue channel or a green channel. We can switch it around to whatever we prefer. And that is really down to you in what way you want to do your color palette. When we go back to combining the images now, and I have done lots of work on these images in the background. They've had the noise control done on them. They've had all sorts of work done separately before we got to this stage. I've set these up as this color space in here. So I've gone for HA at the top, the blended one for green channel, and the O3 as the blue channel. And that gives me this color palette. So you might go, well, that's a bit unconventional in the colors. Sorry, wrong one. But it actually works out quite well, because the primary colors there are going to allow me to manipulate now quite easily and draw out a lot of color in the image. If we swapped these around here, for instance, so our general one would normally be, let's just go to this and do O3, and then we're going to do the blend one. It's in there, and then we're going to do, just going to mess with these a little bit, HA. And we'll come up with another version. So now we've got a blue version there, and we've got yellow stars. the color is your choice. Yeah, but in certain lights, you won't be able to pick out a third color out of this. So it's going to turn quite white in here. And that's going to be the problem then, as to how much detail you can bring out and hold back against the stars when you're manipulating the image. So coming up with this palette here means that I can quite easily now just make a simple mask to go over the top of it. These are already stretched out, these images. So we just reset this, select that mask, 36L, there we go. I'm just going to darken it a very slight fraction so that it's not adding too much color to the background. Going to add that onto there, and then we're going to drop it on top of our blended image. And now what we can do is go to the curves transformation, and we can start applying some color into the image so that we can still manipulate this more as we're going through. But you'll start to see that just by two, and I'm going quite harsh here just to make the point on the screen really, but by doing this, we're actually now bringing out 3 different colors in the image. So we've got the blue for the stars, we've got some green in there which we can manipulate around, and we've also got the orange. That's the easiest way of working with these filters, because then it's giving you some depth in the image. And when you go back to the final image, wherever I put it, give me 2 seconds. We've done a few other bits in Photoshop with the image, but move that second. There we go. There we go. So what we've done is played around with a luminance layer to draw out more detail in here. And we could have gone for the whole image, but the person who took the images didn't use a flattener on. So all of the stars out on the outside of the field of view are all elongated. So you really have to say to yourself, do I want to bring out detail in the bubble, or do I want to bring detail out in the whole image? And from my point of view, most of the detail was in the actual target there that we went after. And that's really it. Yeah, if anybody's got any questions, they can post them in online and I'll answer them. But you can see there, we brought out quite a lot of detail in that bubble by changing the colors around.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. Great. Okay, so let's. So where do we go from here? Jerry, you've got some live images coming through, correct?
Yeah, I've been playing around with Mars on I had a deep sky camera setup. It's definitely not set up for planetary work at all, but I wanted to see, I've been doing this kind of thing with the moon lately. I'm going to show real quick my picture that I took this week of the moon, pushing the limits of a wide field setup, short focal length, short focal ratio, f5 setup to do planetary and lunar imaging. So I'm going to share my screen real quick. And where's it at? I'm going to share this one. All right, do you see this? Is it sharing okay?
Yes. Uh-huh.
All right, so I showed this yesterday, Scott, remember. So I'm going to, this is with the wide field camera, 1.3 by 0.9 degree field of view with the pixel scale of about 0.9 arcseconds per pixel. And I want to just zoom up here and show people what you can actually get when you set up the focus correctly, and you can see the details that you can get. Let me go to this. So this is Copernicus. Oh, no, this is Theophilus. And you can actually see, I measured a couple of, it's on this image below, the second one. This is a 21 and a 22-day-old moon, basically. So that's the 21-day-old moon, and this is a 22-day-old moon, which is a day later, of course. And thought I had, I guess it was up here that I had you zoom up on, I'm looking for the straight wall, not the one that I'm focused on here. So the straight wall is right here. Come on, get out of the way. I'm waiting for this thing to clear. There's a straight wall right here. You can see that?
Yes.
Crater right here. This is Thebit. And I can't remember which Thebit. This is Thebit D maybe, or C. I don't remember, but it might be A. This is like 4 miles in diameter, this crater right here. And this one's 5 miles or 5 kilometers or 3 miles is what this is. This is 2.5 miles, 5 kilometers or 4 kilometers, I should say. 2.5 miles right here. So that's the kind of detail you can get even with a wide field deep sky camera system. It's not set up for planetary at all, but this shows you how you can be critically sampled on the sky, and you just take a bunch of images with the deep sky camera, and you can get some good detail out of a full disk image. This is a full disk image of the moon, and you can see things down to that level. And so let me show you real quick, just show you Copernicus again here. So this shows you some detail on Copernicus. You can see the mountains there and the central peaks. And you can see these little hills, the hummocky stuff, that's basically the ejecta from Copernicus. So that gives you an idea of what kind of resolution you have, which is the standard deep sky camera with set up to take lunar images. Now, I'm going to go to I'm going to stop and then share my screen again to select this picture of Mars that I just took with the same setup. Now the colors are goofy, and I'm gonna do a process. I'm actually gonna do a process to show you, but this shows you Mars with a deep sky setup. And you can actually see markings on it, and you can actually do a measurement on it. You see that? Is that coming in pretty clear? The colors are goofy because of the color processing, but this is at a plate scale of 0.9 arc seconds per pixel, which is should be about 5 times better than that. It should be around 0.2, 0.18 arc seconds per pixel to get really the full resolution that your system will give. The other neat thing is you can measure, where's my information window? So when I click on this will measure the full width at half maximum of of Mars. And right now it says it's 27 arc seconds. So which is fairly close to the actual value. I think it's 26. Is that right? Or 24 maybe.
Well, for the opposition apparent diameter.
Yeah, here's another one right here. Yeah, what's the diameter right now? It's like 24 or something.
Let me check.
What software is that, Jerry?
This is Maxim DL.
Okay.
And I'm just using, so just to show you how big this frame is, I'm going to back out and show you what the full frame looks like. And there's Mars in the middle of it. See how tiny it is. Okay. So I was pretty floored that I was able to see any markings at all on this image of Mars. It's kind of cool, really. I'm going to go ahead and demonstrate an image and show you what I do here to process this. The colors are off because I don't have the correct Bayer pattern selected. But so let me go here. So these are 7 millisecond images. So I'm going to take one right now. All right, that's what it looks like. I'm gonna convert it to color. All right, and there you go. Kind of cool.
It is.
If you can see any markings at all.
Yeah. What I'm reading here, Jerry, is that its apparent diameter is supposed to be 22.4 arc seconds.
Right now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So let me see on the
Mine-
information window.
2.6.
What?
At magnitude minus 2.6.
Okay. So I wonder if wonder why it's thinking it's bigger. So right now that says it's 30 full width at half maximum. Maybe there's a lot of other noise in there, or it's too much of a exposure. Let me back the exposure down here, and maybe that'll make it look better. I'm gonna do another one. So this is a live image coming through here when I'm exposing. Oh, I gotta close this other window.
Just
Right, there it is.
tonight is 0.4181 astronomical units, and what an astronomical unit is about, what, 93 million miles or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Right, so there's the let me go back to this. This 28. But you get an idea of how this can be done with even with the, and that's nothing to write home about in terms of the actual resolution of the image, but I just thought it was cool to be able to push the limits of this setup to see actually what we can see on Mars.
Sure.
I don't know if there's a, let's see if I can bring out even more.
Opposition. I mean, the next opposition is going to be December 8th, 2022. Okay. And it's going to be only 17 arc seconds. So right now it's 22.4. Then the next opposition is January 16th, 2025. It'll be 14.5 arc seconds. Okay. So it's getting smaller and smaller as we go.
Yeah, yeah.
And then in 2027, the next opposition after that, it will be 13.8 arc seconds. So,
oh man,
if you got a clear sky over this tonight and the next few nights, you need to get out and observe Mars.
Yep. So that's what I wanted to show. Just an example of the problem we have. We've got a Meade 12-inch LX200 scope that's out of service right now. That's why we can't use that scope right now to do Mars imaging. It's a shame that our system is down, but that's just the way it is right now. Our mount failed a couple weeks ago. So that's why I'm showing you this. and Mars opposition.
And so we got something, and that's cool.
At least I got something right, exactly.
That's right. That's very cool. Okay. All right. So I wanted to bring Robert Wilmore on. Robert this is his first time to be on the show, and he, as I mentioned before, he does a lot of educational outreach. He's a young guy, and he brings a lot of energy and enthusiasm to all of this. And so what do you got to share with us tonight?
Hey, Scott. Hey, everybody. And thanks for having me. This is my very first Star Party, actually. I've never been to one. And I wanted to share with all of you some cool telescopes. They're my best friends. They've been with me through so much. This is, I mentioned the first one to you not too long ago. It was a 4.5 inch. It was 114 millimeter, got covered in signatures. And we wanted to upgrade. We wanted to do something a little bit better. And so the next telescope we got was a 10-inch Skywatcher. It got 786 signatures before we donated it. We set up a little can outside when we were doing this down at the sidewalk, and people would just throw in money. And eventually we got about $700. With that $700, we decided to just donate the telescope we had and purchase a brand new one, which, let's see if I can flip this around real quick. And let's look at the darn thing, right?
Look at that.
You might see some signatures on here.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Very cool.
Here's some really cool ones. I saw Saturn. Sure. Yes, you did. And, let's see what this one says. Wow. Wow. Seeing the moon and the stars so clearly is amazing. What a treat. Thanks.
Yeah.
And it's all over this. It's nonstop. One of the first signatures we got on this one was from a lady in a wheelchair. She signed it right here.
Mm-hmm.
And lots of kids have gotten to sign it too. Lots of hearts are all over this thing. It's pretty cool. We decided to go multicolored with this one. The last one was in all black and white. And yeah, it's just beautiful. I think it's so wonderful. We even got some of the base.
Oh yeah, look
at signatures. People did little drawings and stuff, and it goes around too. I mean, it doesn't stop there.
Right.
We've got about 580, I think, on this one.
That is awesome.
And yeah, every one of these is a story. It's just so fun. Some of these people saw Saturn for the very first time, or Jupiter, or something like that. And I know a couple people tonight have mentioned how important that is, just to share that experience with people. I wholeheartedly agree. It's awesome. David Gibson, or I think Mr. Gibson, I loved what he was talking about, going down to Times Square and, getting jumped by the police. But yeah, we've had police come down and check out what we were doing, and they let us look through their night vision scopes at the sky, and that was really cool.
Oh, that's cool.
So we donated this telescope. We raised enough money to donate it. So this no longer belongs to us. It belongs to the Explorations Academy here in Bellingham. And they're a private school. They're not using it tonight. It's a little too cloudy, a little too windy as well. So can't get out there with it. So they let me borrow it tonight and show it off to you. And
Very cool.
This is it. Beautiful, right? Wait, there's more. Oh, there's more. What? Yeah, that's right. There's a whole other telescope covered in signatures again. So this one is covered in metallic signatures. It's Apertura 8010. And we got this one. Well, it was doing its bundle pack for $679. I just love the micro focuser and all that stuff. But yeah, the metallic signatures are really what I wanted to show off. Sorry. I just love telescopes. I could talk about them all freaking day, night. And I'm trying to see if we got it. The moon gives you good cleansing energy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. But yeah, it's been a real fun journey for the last, 4 years now that we've been doing this. And so we don't really do this often anymore. We don't take the telescopes out, especially Carl or this one's named John. By the way, if anyone online right now can figure out which Carl this is named after, you get 10 space points. And then over here, this is John, John the second, actually. John Dobson is who it was named after. And I didn't even know who John Dobson was when I was doing this, honestly. But I found his video online explaining how if everybody who owned a telescope took it out and showed 1,000 people, then everybody would know what space looks like through a telescope. I love that idea. I thought it was great. And so I decided from here on out, we'll make it 1,000. 1,000 has to be where we kind of, where we're our goal. We want to hit 1,000 people for each telescope. But like I was saying, once COVID came around, it became hard to do these things. We couldn't really go out and hand the pens to everybody, not feeling good about it at least. Even if we wiped everything off, we're still, putting people at risk by getting close to them and letting them get up to the eyepiece, breathe on it, all these things. We didn't want to risk the community. So we upgraded with more money. This was not through donation money. This is just, I really just love sharing telescopes, getting out there, being with everybody. And this is a LX65. It's a Meade, one of the many companies that Scott has worked for. And this is an 8-inch ACF telescope with an 80 millimeter telescope on the other end there. Even things out for you. There you go. So with these two telescopes, I can provide a digital view. What I'll do is I'll have this camera, this little Canon Rebel SL2, hooked up to the back, and it will send its information wirelessly to my laptop. Then I'll also have simultaneously, so a lot of things to talk about. This one will be sending all the information through a wire that runs also to the laptop. And here, I don't know if you can really see it, I have a simulated image of Mars.
Mm-hmm. We can see that. It's hard to see the detail on the surface. We can definitely tell it's a sphere.
Right. Okay. But you get the idea that one view is really zoomed out so that you could see Mars, and then the other view is really zoomed in.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if that's my screen brightness. So, so I can't fix that real quick, but yeah, you get the idea.
Sure.
And this is really fun. People can come down and they can see the rings of Saturn or the moons of Jupiter through this setup and never have to get close. They can be about this far away and still enjoy the view and the details and everything like that. And no one puts their hands on it. No one has to get touched, close to it. I totally agree that eyes are better than cameras. You got 130 million receptors in your fovea alone, whereas we only have a couple 100,000 pixel sensors or pixels for our sensors. So yeah, no, it doesn't beat getting a view with your eye. 100% agree with that. But it's at least something, where there's a will, there's a way. And so that's what we're doing. We're just getting out there to share space with everybody as safely as we can. And last but not least, here's a Dobsonian mount that I made out of cardboard. Isn't that weird?
That's amazing. Made from.
No.
Yep.
Yeah, made from cardboard.
Yeah.
It's not very sturdy, but at least I can use those measurements to cut out some plywoods, and then we can have another 12-inch Dobsonian to one day donate, hopefully. And yeah, that's it pretty much. That's my whole setup. And oh, that's my cat.
In space. Yes. That is very cool. Robert, the cardboard mounted Newtonian, I think a lot of people should take note of that, because there are a lot of telescopes out there where the mount has been lost or broken or something, and these telescopes can be put back into service because the optics on telescopes don't go bad. They just don't.
This is an old telescope, I think, from the early 2000s. It's a deep sky hunter. They don't really make them anymore. Or sorry, a deep space hunter, my bad. And the optics are perfect on it, just like you said.
Sure.
And so, yeah, once I get this thing made out of plywood, it's going to be up and running. And I definitely recommend anybody who has a bunch of cardboard laying around to just go out and, make yourself a mount, see if it works, and then build a sturdier version out of wood.
Right. Fantastic. Wow. Thanks, Robert. Thanks for sharing all of that, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me. This has been so fun. I learned so much tonight. This is awesome.
Yes. So, yeah. And we have had some other people join us here. I think Jason Gonzalez, the Vast Reaches, is on with us right now, which is great. And I know that Richard Grace, he's out there busy changing telescopes. Jason, what do you got to share with us tonight?
Well, thanks for having me, Scott. I just logged in. I wasn't really prepared for a presentation, but yeah, I can show. We had talked earlier, you and I, about Mars and an image I just finished of the planet, so I can share that if you.
I would, yeah. I think that's very important, especially for tonight, since it's the opposition of Mars.
Yeah, let me see if I can get a copy of it on my desktop here real quick. Yep, this is it. All right, let me share my screen. All right, you seeing this?
Oh my good. Beautiful.
It's coming through. Good.
Coming over real nice.
All right, yeah. So this is an image of Mars I shot on the 9th. So what is that? 4 days ago. I've been trying, to do it nightly, but the conditions have been pretty bad the last few nights. But this one was a pretty good night, and this is an image I got through a 12-inch Newtonian telescope.
Mm-hmm.
But probably one of my best
It's spectacular.
Best shots at Mars. You know, a lot of surface details coming through, and the atmospheric haze and the ice cap. You know, kind of has it all. Been using this system to shoot the planets for the last few years. So I got a chance at the 2018 opposition and Mars, but obviously, if you remember that opposition, it had the global dust storm going on, so there wasn't really much surface detail visible at that time. So this, it's definitely probably one of the best shots I've gotten out of that telescope system. And if you can see my
Boy, that's great.
live streams, but I just have an equatorial mounted 12-inch telescope for that. It's an F4 Newtonian. I've got like a 5x power mate installed between the camera and the planet.
All right.
To pull out the details.
It's just spectacular. I saw this earlier today when you shared it on Instagram, and I was just blown away. It's so satisfying to see so much detail. The cloud cover, the ice cap, all these particular details. It's just, this is what people want to see. This is what they're going after.
Well, thank you. What really catches my eye on this image, and it seems like the ones near opposition have it, are the haze around the limb of the planet. I don't know if it's something to do with it nearing opposition, why it's more visible to us, but it seems like any shots I see with the planet further away, that detail is pretty muted to not visible. But when it gets near opposition, and maybe it's just because the planet's larger and those features are more resolvable through amateur telescopes, but you get a lot of I got a spider hanging right in front of my face here.
Yeah, some of the comments from the chat, I'll just read them right here. Scott, it says, Scott, how is it we finally have clearing weather? Mars is at opposition and everyone had a star party. My local club did as well. Beatrice Hines says, very detailed image, exclamation point. Martin Eastburn says, fantastic shot of Mars. That shot is amazing, Jason. Jeff Wise, it makes me think of Batman for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah, thanks. I had one. I'll say it's mildly frustrating things about shooting Mars is that it's got almost the same rotation as Earth, right? I think the day is a half hour or 45 minutes longer, somewhere in that range.
Mm-hmm.
So, you get all these shots of Mars through the opposition, but you're always looking at the same side of the planet because there's just not enough rotation. Unless you separate your observations by 2 or 3 weeks, you're always looking at the same side of the planet. I really wanted to get, the other side. The other side of the planet's got, the bigger volcanic features like Olympus Mons and things like that. Those are always interesting because you get, cloud structures around the volcano and stuff like that. I think that's just luck of the draw. So right. I had that image of Mars here. I just shared. I took one a couple weeks earlier, a couple days earlier, and that was this image. The conditions were a little bit worse for this. It's a little bit more chunky result, I would say, or grainy, but I still see
awesome.
Similar features there.
Very good.
And while Mars gets all the attention, the other one still shining brightly in the morning is Venus. I might have showed this last week, but this is a shot of Venus with the cloud deck visible, shot through infrared and UV filters.
Spectacular.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, very cool.
This is kind of what Mars looks like, a couple months before opposition. It's just a tiny little thing.
Right. I like that, though. The kind of gibbous phase.
Yeah, this definitely got a nice response from people, and I think it's because you see that phase of the planet, and it gives it more of a three-dimensional view in space.
I agree.
This is from June 26th. So.
Excellent.
Yeah, Mars is a fun thing. When we get towards opposition, I've taken a lot of shots of it, but going through the volume of data you generate shooting planets just takes a while. So, trying to play catch up.
Will you have more images coming out later of Mars?
Oh yeah, definitely. I even this night, like I was saying, this session on Mars, I captured this for 4 hours, I think. So I've got the rotation of the planet, so I'll be able to animate that.
Oh, I see.
I've got, I don't know, probably 5 or 6 sessions to go through and edit. I'm just kind of cherry picking my favorite ones just to kind of get them out there.
Right.
So that's that. I was hoping to get a live view of the planet, but the conditions are pretty bad tonight, so I didn't even set up.
Well, it's still something where we've got more nights of excellent viewing opportunities. As long as you got clear sky, you should try to get out there and observe it if you can.
Yeah, even naked eye, it's a nice experience. Yeah, it's so bright. You get a 3D appearance to it against the background stars because it's so overwhelmingly bright.
Right. Someone asked, what kind of camera did you use for this shot?
This is a ASI 180. So if you can, I don't know if are you looking at my screen here, but or my camera? This is ASI 183 mm Pro camera. So it's a monochrome camera, and I've got it attached to a 7-position filter wheel here.
I see.
So I've got the LRGB, infrared, and UV filter in here.
Right.
And then attached to the front of that is the 5X power mate.
Right.
That just goes right in the telescope.
Nice setup. Excellent.
You really need a strong amplification with the f4 Newtonian. You've got to really kind of pump up the f ratio to get the magnification on the planet. So, this 5X power mate, the more you space the camera back, the more amplification you get. So I'm probably operating at about 6.5 to 7X.
Sure.
On that.
Right, but you got a remarkable image. So the seeing must have been, spectacular at times when you were making those images. The exposure times very short, or what?
Yeah. I know I'm always complaining about the seeing conditions. I think I can get better if I just have a really clean night, but it seems to never come. But the exposures, keeping them short definitely helps, and that's where aperture comes in. So if you have a large aperture scope, you get a lot of light on the sensor or on the target, so you can bring those exposure times down. And I've got, through the various filters I'm shooting, the exposures are in the millisecond range, somewhere between 2 to 5 milliseconds or something like that. So that really helps freeze the planet and doesn't allow the atmospheric blurring to distort the image, and that helps a lot with the clarity. So it's with the large aperture, you not only get the higher resolving capability of the scope, but you also get the ability to take shorter exposures. So it's kind of a win-win.
Right. So let's see what kind of the comments that we have here. Jeff Wise says, tremendous work, Jason. Very, very inspiring, incredible images. Lighthill's asking, where's a web page that shows the right now features on Mars? I'm looking at a website. I don't know what you use for that, or if you do use something like that. But I'm looking at a website called space.jpl.nasa.gov, and it has a simulator.
Yeah, what I use is the Sky Safari app on my phone.
Mm-hmm.
It'll show the real-time position, what features are facing you, and it even labels them. So that's a pretty convenient app to use. I mean, most people carry around their cell phone everywhere. So
Sure. Well, excellent. That's great, man. That's great. So let's come back here. Where are we? Chuck, do you have anything you'd like to share?
Yeah, I do. Doesn't involve Mars, but it involves a young man that I came to know who's in your state, Scott. A young man by the name of Scott Harrington.
Okay.
And many viewers out there, especially younger ones, may not have access to telescopes, or they may not have access to large telescopes. And sometimes with aperture fever running rampant through amateur astronomy ranks, people without large telescopes sometimes wonder what they can accomplish with it. And this young man, Scott Harrington, I'm going to share a screen here and show you a little bit here. If I can find it. Okay, let's go back to this is Scott. He's 27 years old now. He lives on a family farm in Evening Shade. I don't know why we're having trouble with this. Let's see. Hang on just a moment. He lives on a family farm about 2 miles from Evening Shade, Arkansas. And Scott, even you may not know where that is.
I don't know where it is.
Yeah, it's north central Arkansas, not too far from Missouri.
Okay.
He's got borderline Bortle 2 skies there. And when he was 14 years old, he saw one of Jack Horkheimer's shows and got kind of excited about astronomy because of Jack.
Okay.
And this was after this occurred, the only optics they had on the farm at that time were some 7x35 binoculars, not the one he's holding in this picture. And so what he decided to do was simply to use what he had. He asked his dad about a telescope, and his father, I think rather wisely, said, well, we'll get you a telescope, but first of all, learn the sky and learn what you can do with your eyes and with binoculars. And so Scott took this to heart and began observing both naked eye and with these 7x35s, and engaged in a 9-year-long project to evaluate the limits of naked eye visibility and the visibility with the 7x35s. He created charts, he learned the sky, dark adapted, rated the difficulty of every single object. And I discovered his work while researching a project on cosmic horizons. Eventually, he published online his results, which were 250 deep sky objects visible with 7x35 binoculars and the naked eye. With his naked eye, he was able to see 4 galaxies, 7 bright nebulae, 12 globular clusters, 65 open clusters, and 24 dark nebulae. And with the 7x35s, 86 galaxies, 53 bright nebulae, 58 globular clusters, 100 open clusters, and 48 dark nebulae.
This is 7x35 binoculars.
7x35, small binoculars. He eventually published this online with the help of a number of people, including Steve Gottlieb and Gary Carter of Cloudy Nights. This is just one page from his published results, which are easily found online. Just 250 plus deep sky objects, and it'll come right up. At the top, you see 4 galaxies he was able to see naked eye, and then the list begins of the objects that he was able to observe with the 7x35s. And this column right here in the middle is where he rated on a 0 to 10 scale the difficulty of seeing these objects, and he always waited for the best nights to do this. Eventually, what he found, these were sort of the records, the furthest objects that he was able to see naked eye, the double cluster in Perseus. Furthest thing he was able to see naked eye among the bright nebulae was the Swan Nebula, 5,900 light years. The furthest he was able to see with regard to globulars was M2 in Aquarius at 37,500 light years. And he was able to see naked eye M81 in Ursa Major at 11 million light years. Incredible stuff without any optical aid at all.
Wow.
Then with the 7x35s, small, he extended that. NGC 2467 in Puppis, 13,000 light years for bright nebulae. Was able to see IC 4997 in Sagitta on the border with Delphinus at 15,810 light years. And a globular in Lupus at 104,000 light years.
Oh.
And M3607 in Leo at 69 million light years, just with the 7x35 binoculars.
Wow.
I invited him to Evansville to speak. He had never given a public talk before, and you'd have thought he'd given 1,000 of them. Remarkable young man, had the entire audience just wrapped throughout his discussion. And it shows, I think, what you can do if you're motivated to do it. Because again, he had no access to the kinds of equipment that many of us do. He will and does now. He's working with a 10-inch. And he doesn't just go out and observe galaxies now. He looks for H2 regions in Virgo cluster galaxies and things like this. And he now writes for Sky and Telescope magazine. I had the opportunity to talk to him just the other night on the phone, and he has now observed 2/3, 267 of the Herschel 400 objects with 8x56 binoculars.
Yeah.
Which is just stunning. So it was fun. I took he and his brother Kyle on the right there to Washington for 6 days back in October before COVID struck. And they, as many times as I've taken people to Washington, I think they taught me some new things in Washington. They're very well educated, homeschooled, but extremely bright and conversant in many topics. And Scott will be speaking at Alcon 21 in Albuquerque, and he's now writing articles for Sky and Telescope magazine. So this shows you what you can do with limited equipment.
That is fantastic. That's fantastic. That's a great story, Chuck. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay. Well, Tom, what have you got to share with us tonight?
Oh, I'm here working on an image, and I'm actually doing a session right now outside with the scope.
Okay.
So let me see if I can log on with my, let's see here. Let me share my screen.
Yeah. For those of you that don't know this, Tom is the founder of the Facebook Astronomy Club, which has over 40,000 members.
Can you guys see that?
Yes.
Okay, this is, I've been shooting LBN 438, which is right here.
Okay.
And that little orange circle is where the scope is pointed right now. And what I do is I just slew with you know, Stellarium. It's all hooked into ASCOM. And this is my driver for the mount. I got a Takahashi mount, and right now I'm guiding, which is not looking too good right now. But sometimes it. Anyway, I'm getting some round stars though.
Oh yes, you are.
If you can see that. And I've been working on this one, you know, for a while. Let me show you what I got here. What I did is I've got my HA finished, and I've got my red and my blue finished, and I got half of my green done. So what I did was is I put my red, green, and blue together, and after I get through putting that together, this is what I end up with when I sandwich them together. And you can see the, you know, the red, green, and blue over here.
Right.
And then what I do is I do a what do you call that? A white balance And then when I do the white balance, that's what it ends up being right there. Because I just lined all the colors up on top of one another.
Okay.
And then can you see my cursor?
Yes.
Okay. Right above that is all of the levels that I did. And this is what it looks like with the levels. You can see the image starting to come out right there. There's a little bitty galaxy right here. And then as we go up, I do a flat. Then I do a granulate exterminator, which kind of evens out the field. And after I do that, that's what I got right there.
Okay.
And then I do a camera raw, a reduced noise, a hue, and an HLVG to get rid of some of that green.
Okay.
And that's what I end up with there. Now, after I got finished with this image, I go ahead and save this over into a folder. And now what I want to do is I want to add my H alpha to this. So let's go over to the H alpha. After I add the H alpha, this is what it looks like.
Yeah, look at that.
And then let me go up through the layers. And as I'm working on it,
doesn't that just blow you away? That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what I got right now. And what I'm doing right now outside is I'm trying to finish up my green.
Okay.
Because what happens is when you got the correct balance of red, green, and blue, the colors look a lot better.
Sure.
So these yellows here will be more of a red yellow instead of a yellow. You know what? If I add more green to it, so.
Sure. I love all the different colors of the stars, though, in this shot.
Yeah. There's a little small galaxy right there.
Oh, it is. Yep.
You can actually see the.
See some structure in it.
Yeah, look at that. A little bitty curve.
Oh, yeah. Looks like an S. Yeah, it's a barred spiral.
Yeah.
Very cool.
And there's another one right there. They're all over this image.
Probably stretch this and find many more.
Yeah, there's one right there.
Yeah. Yeah, it really mind to another level when you're looking through an image like this and you're looking between the stars and you see a distant galaxy out there and you realize that little smudge of light has got at least this much nebulosity and that much, and all these stars, it's the same thing again, out there.
You know what's crazy about the whole thing is I'm sitting on a planet, going around a star,
yeah,
with a 6-inch telescope.
Yes.
Taking an image with a camera on a galaxy that's millions of light years away. And I can see that.
Right.
You know what I mean? I can see the structure of it. It's just amazing to me what kind of technology that we have nowadays to be able to see all that.
Right.
But,
well, you got excellent skill there, Tom. That's a beautiful image so far, and once it's all finished, how long has this taken you to build this image so far?
that right there, I believe, is probably 100 hours because that's a very dim object. That object is extremely dim. So if you can see right here in this frame, you can't even see it in there.
Yeah, no, that's true.
So
that's the power of astrophotography, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Wow.
I got them all stacked up, and I'm running at about minus 5C. I'm running 1,800 seconds, which is 30 minutes each for each frame. And I'm doing green. I do a 13 count. I just got finished doing a meridian flip while we were sitting here talking.
I see.
And what I did is I took a snapshot of the scope outside. It's it right there.
Yep.
I've got a little bitty mini computer mounted to it.
Yep.
That's, it's right there, and it's got Wi-Fi and everything on it. And I got a little bitty 7-inch screen right there.
Mm-hmm.
And what I do is I just log in on it with the Google remote desktop.
I see.
And I can do it from inside my house with no wires or anything. So
Very clean. Very nice.
And if you can see my observatory, I finally got this built. I got rollers on it where I can roll it over to it. So
Uh-huh.
yeah. And I put a little cover, this little cover right here, I put over it too, but so far it hasn't leaked.
Excellent.
And we've had some pretty bad storms, so
Sure.
yeah, I've got cameras all around to where if anybody tries to do anything, it's going to record you and take a picture of you, and the intercom will come on and say and tell you the police has been called, and I've got a picture of you, and a video's being made. So.
And there's an angry astronomer in there with a baseball bat. Yeah.
No, with
Yeah, maybe a 12 gauge. Who knows?
You're in my crosshairs, buddy.
That's right.
So.
Tom, thank you, man. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay, I think we have some more live imaging out there. So let's take this over to Richard Grace. I think you changed telescopes, right?
Yes, I did. And boy, it's been quite a night. I'm glad we're not on smell-o-vision. Okay, here, let's share a screen. There we go.
Wow, that's looking good.
That's our live image.
It's amazing. You can see that that dark, lane in there.
Let's see. We'll capture one here. See how fast we can get 2,000 frames.
Now, do you already have some processed images as well, Richard?
Not of Mars. I mean, I do, but it's from a month and a half ago. So.
Okay.
There we go. 2,000 frames. So yeah, even over the 65-foot USB line, we're still getting 100 frames a second at 640 by 480.
Right.
That's running good.
That is running good.
And figured we change it up for Mars because I brought out the wide field, figuring I'd do a little deep space, earlier. And I figured somebody'd probably bring something bigger than what I got. And yeah, when I kind of realized, I put it out there in the chat, like, is anybody imaging Mars? I'm like, I think I'm going to go change the scope out. So got the old cranky C8 out, and it's not properly collimated or anything, because anytime you touch the focuser, it's not collimated. That's why I run a second focuser on the back. Normally I take a little time and mess with the primary mirror, get it in the middle of the Crayford on the back, and then tweak it all in. Didn't really have time for all that. So. But I wanted to make sure that somebody could show Mars somewhat sizable, because this is the party of Mars, right?
It is. That's what we're supposed to be celebrating. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm celebrating it. So, but it's I think it's great that you got this nice image, and you can see the polar cap popping in and out there.
Yeah, I can see it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little jumpy every now and then. It it really slows down for a second. You really see some detail. I'll be sitting here watching, ready to pounce for a 20-second not so disturbed atmosphere. I'm very glad I did not put the Barlow on. So that's 2 meters, 2032.
What aperture is your scope that you're doing?
It's a C8.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Man, that's pretty good for a C8.
I picked up an old C8 for a little over $300. So I mean,
the orange too.
I got no problem with it. No, it's not orange. It's one of the silver ones, but it's one of the old ones with the bigger cast basket on the back.
Okay.
So it's not like one of the newer silver ones. It's one of the Evolution or something. I don't remember what they called what, but it's out there. It's working. It's one of the most inexpensive scopes I bought. I mean, it's good for Planetary. So I'm glad it's here. And just speaking of Planetary, our next opposition is coming up on Halloween. We got Uranus coming up on Halloween, and I always like looking at the moons out there. It's kind of fun trying to see how many can be discerned and where they actually are, even though it's such a small little planet. It's
right.
My more favorite objects. I kind of get that feeling like everybody was talking about the first time they saw Jupiter. And first time I saw Jupiter was through a rifle scope camping, and I could see 4 moons, and I was just like, oh, wow, that's so cool. And that after a few years sent me down the hole. I was going camping again, and, I've explained the whole thing. But, it's a good old time, and everything's working. So
excellent.
Yeah, that C8's got some really good optics in it. Be doing what you're doing right there.
Yeah.
I'm happy that everybody else gets to see it.
Right.
That's why I put it up there.
Beautiful.
I mean, we're actually seeing detail live.
And right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, I didn't even use the batting off mask. Like that was just finger focused, man.
Yeah, that's
the laptop standing in my backyard.
That scope is a keeper.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll hold on to it. Like I said, the mirror's a little floppy though, so but yeah.
Yeah, you'll have to get with me later, Richard. I'll give you some tips on what I did to lock up mead, old mead Schmidt-Castle grains. So it can be done if you got a separate focuser on the back of it.
I was kind of hoping about that, actually. That would be awesome. I appreciate that, Scott.
You just lock it down. All these Schmidt-Castle grains are built pretty much the same. So,
what I'm noticing is every once in a while when the scene clears up a little bit, the detail will just pop right up.
Yeah.
The color will just go right to.
I also didn't change the filter, so we're still looking at this through an L Pro.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I could probably knock the exposure time in half if I had the UVIR in it, but I didn't even have that set up in a drawer ready or nothing.
Right.
That L Pro is probably cleaning it up a little bit, though.
Yeah, it might be. I'm oversampling the snot out of it, so we're at 2.4 micron pixel.
Look at that. See what it just did? It just went really good. Every once in a while, it'll snap, and you can.
That is a beautiful image.
Out of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Thank you.
What do they say? The best telescope is the one you got, right?
Yeah.
or the one that was inside, and I got it and had to take it out there and put it on.
I appreciate it. This is awesome.
Yeah, man. I'm really glad I did. Like I said, I just it seemed like the thing to do, so it needed to be done.
Yeah, it's so cool seeing all that detail in the upper left there. I can see these little dark regions pop in and out.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
Yeah, I have no idea. I didn't look at it on. Hold on, I have.
Ooh,
you know what
that
side?
Yeah.
Like, is this Olympus Mons' side or?
That's what I'm looking at on another screen right now. It is actually Olympus Mons is in the frame right now, so it's probably in this area. It that's what what cool. Stellarium's telling me right now.
What's the dark mark up towards the top? In this view, maybe at about
this guy.
No, a little bit down there. That.
Yes.
What is that?
Is that Olympus Mons?
I think this is the top, so this is the cap. So Olympus Mons has to be over here. I think.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'm definitely seeing the dark belting. I guess that's not clouds or anything. That's dark belting that I am seeing on the planet itself. There
That
should
big
be a
canyon?
little dark spot right next to Olympus Mons, like here.
Okay.
But like I said, I'm not.
It might be clear.
Only
on your
when it
screen.
slows down and stops for a second do you even see. I might actually turn the exposure down just a bit. Does that help?
Oh, it's getting sharper.
It is.
If I'm holding anybody up, please by all means say something.
Mars is holding us up.
Mars is holding us up. I am curious, Chuck Lewis, do you have anything to share with us tonight?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
It's neither Mars nor live, but it is. I'm calling it a redeeming image because last time I was on, I think I showed you the results of that attempt at tiny science with a barn door tracker and a cheap $12 lens. So I'm going to share my screen with you.
Okay.
Let me drop mine real quick here.
Yeah. Yeah, keep that going. And we'll
keep it going.
Yeah, I won't leave it.
Whoops. Okay, so there's the star tracker, the barn door tracker. You remember that, Scott, from about a week and a half ago?
That's right.
And the image that I got from that was kind of puny. It was my first attempt
but
in
now,
any kind of astrophotography. It was M101.
right?
I think I can do a lot better.
Uh-huh.
But we also talked about the fact that there's always some upside. So the upside is that I bought a mount from you guys, and later on answered the right question at the right time and got a beautiful AR-102. And
great.
So the combination of that brought me this one. This is the Western Veil.
Oh,
and that's first light. I had to share that with you guys.
That's awesome.
Pretty good.
That's let's see, about not a whole lot of integration there. 15 times 200 seconds and about 12 times 400. 8 darks. Nikon D7000. The Hotech field flattener was doing a really good job. There's the full field, and you can look at the corners, and those are pretty nice stars.
Yeah,
there in the corners. Go back to this one. It was using a UHC filter from SV Boney, and I'm in about a Bortle 6 or 7 neighborhood here, but of course this was straight overhead. So, and we had a pretty good night that night.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to go back and keep doing this. I think it's going to benefit from some additional integration. And my only frustration while processing this was trying to figure out how aggressive to get. You know, you see all kinds of images of this particular nebula. Some of them are really, really spectacular, but not very realistic, and others are kind of dim. I was trying to hit the middle.
Right. Well, everyone's a little bit different. I hear arguments from different astrophotographers about that's not realistic color or that kind of thing. But the real is that light can be in all kinds of colors, right? So and I think it is about capturing the details. Sometimes it's about emphasizing something that shows additional structure or a different way of looking at a deep sky object, that wasn't, that you didn't see in 1,000 other astrophotographs. So, but I think it looks great.
Well,
hey, Scott, I try not to worry about what people say because astrophotography is art. It's like painting a picture. And you bring
Yeah.
up, yeah, I mean, and you're never going to see an image the same as anyone else's. It just ain't going to happen. I mean, you can get close to, the colors, but we're putting all these images through filters and through this and through that, and complaining about what it should and what it shouldn't be. I don't think there is a center point here on that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is what it is. It is what you get, because every day the sky is going to be a little bit different, and the scene's going to be a little bit different. Your colors are going to change, so that's just the way it is.
And you know what? It's just like music. For every composition, there are thousands and thousands of valid interpretations.
Yes, exactly.
So this was not only first light for the AR-102. I'm declaring it first light for my trip down this path and up this learning curve. So I'm just thrilled to be able to do this.
Right. Great. It's wonderful. It's wonderful.
So I'm gonna stop my share and let you guys continue.
All right. Sounds good.
Scott, I went back and started up SharpCap with Mars. It's got the proper color now, but it's really tiny. I'm going to try to share the screen and see if you can discern it.
Okay.
I don't have the focal length, of course, that Richard did, but I think it'll show you something here.
Oh, wow, that's looking good.
See that?
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out a way to zoom up on it. Zoom this whole window. I guess I could change my resolution.
Yeah, change the sharing and just focus on that window. I think you can do that.
Well, the problem is this is the observatory computer. It's not my local computer.
Ah, I see.
So it shares this whole viewer.
I see.
But I might be able to change the resolution of the
the whole thing. I see.
Try Windows and the plus key.
See if this works. Oh, incorrect size. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did I lose my type VNC? I have to go back. I'll start it back up here. I think the sharing got stopped also. It didn't like that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I'll just go back to this. I don't know what it looks like on the display. See here. All right, share it again. All right, there it is.
Let's see what it looks like this time.
I just gathered, I'm going to do another, I just captured 2,000 frames. I'm going to start another 2,000.
Okay.
And then I'll process this image and then I'll share it tomorrow.
Okay.
Are you on a Windows machine?
Yeah, this is the observatory computer is a Windows machine.
If you hold down the Windows key and hit the plus key, it'll give you a magnifier that you can kind of adjust.
Oh, okay. Let's see here. Oh, that was kind of like, there it is. Can you see that?
Oh.
Did that zoom up on you?
No, it looks the same.
No.
It's zoomed up on my local machine. So how do I get back out of it? I just go Windows minus.
Just hit X on the little
box
that came
went
up.
back. Yeah, it zoomed up. local on that machine. I don't know if there's a way to share that. Yeah, that magnifier works good, but I just didn't share it. I wonder if I should unshare and zoom up and then share it again. You think that might work?
Give it a whirl.
Let me see what that does.
Otherwise, we'll see it tomorrow.
Yeah, right. Oh, I can't get to the. Oh, I see.
You guys that are watching tonight that haven't seen our other programs, we run a daily show that comes on every day at 4 o'clock Central. You can see it on these same channels that you're watching right now. And we cover a variety of topics. Today we have Barry Simon on from the Pontchartrain Astronomical Society, and they were talking about the Deep South Stargaze event. So this is one of the few star parties that is actually still being conducted during this time of COVID, and they've kind of worked out some social distancing. So, but let's see. Hey Scott, I'm a 13-year-old astrophotographer. I've been thinking about signing up for one of these virtual star parties, and I was wondering, one, should I get email confirmation of permission from my parents? And two, the short answer is yes. And two, I want to talk about my journey through astrophotography. What sort of content presentation should I bring? You could have like a short PowerPoint. The most of the sharing that we do on this program is, I try to limit it to about 10 minutes long. You can see what the guys are doing here. But we'd like to have a young astrophotographer show their work, and hear their perspective on, getting started and what inspired you. So, you can get in touch with me if you want. I'll put my email address right here in chat. It's s@explorescientific.com. Oh, there we go. Now you can see it.
Yeah. It's a nice color.
Yeah. There we go.
That's a single frame?
Terry, you're muted.
That's a single frame. That's right.
What size of scope are you using?
That's a 6.5 inch refractor.
Oh.
And it's set up for, it's f5. It's an 850 millimeter focal length. So it's not set up at all for a planetary at all. It's not even. So I'm curious what I can get out of these 2,000 frames. It'll be interesting to see. You can start to see a little bit of the bluish tint here with the cloud.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something that you can use on that 6-inch refractor that helps out a lot. Get you a 4x power mate from Telview.
Well, of course, that's what I would use normally, but this is
Yeah.
I don't have this system set up. It's set up for deep sky. I just wanted to see what it would do. I have a 5x power mate to use with it that I've done before. Okay. That's not the goal here was to try to use what I had already available. I didn't have time to go back and reconfigure the telescope system because it's a little bit of work on this one system. Our Meade LX200 scope was out of service, so we may have to go and do that though. It takes about 2 hours to reconfigure the scope for deep sky and get it all up and running.
It's a pretty good image.
But this, I was just surprised, how good could we actually get with just a standard deep sky setup in terms of planetary image. Really what this experiment's about.
Right. I'm impressed.
That's your scope, Scott. It's a 6.5 inch, ED triplet Apo. That's our flagship telescope. F5.
I'm sure if you
with the 3-inch focal reducer, 0.7 focal reducer.
extender on there, you would get a lot more image scale. That's for sure. But
oh yeah, we could get a lot more.
But I've been pretty amazed. I mean, when you're showing the full disk images of the moon, and then you're zooming in on this tiny section, and you're showing features down to, a mile across, from a full disk. That's pretty impressive. So
Yeah, yeah.
Good glass.
Right.
Excellent. It's excellent glass. It's that's right.
And you don't see any aberrations either, like red, green, and blue. It's
Oh no.
It's all nice, yeah.
Let me show you again that. Let's see, I've got it right here. Oops. Let me share. Quick. Where's it at? I'm just going to share the whole screen. All right, so this is it. Right here. So that's a full disk image. That's actually not even the full frame. That's cropped a little bit, but I'm going to zoom in and continue to zoom in. That's fully zoomed in.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
There's a straight wall. So this is what you would see with your naked eye probably at this is the resolution you would see looking through the scope at with probably a 5 or 6 millimeter eyepiece at 250 power or something maybe. I don't know. What do you think, Scott?
Yeah. You would actually, there would be times though where you would see it sharper than that because, your eye's working at a, sub-second.
Right. Subarc. Yeah, exactly. You wouldn't, but it would be wavering. I mean, it would be moving around. It wouldn't be constant like this.
All right.
So.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. So.
All right.
That's done with the same setup.
Right.
Basically.
So what else do we have here tonight?
Hey Scott, this is Jason. I have something else I can show. I've just been working on while we're sitting here.
Cool.
More Mars, if you guys can handle it.
Yeah. Bring it on.
So I had mentioned that.
Wow!
Look at the image of Mars that I shared. I was capturing that whole night. So if I look back through the timestamps here, I've got from 3 o'clock UTC here to 9 o'clock. So I was capturing it over the span of 6 hours. And so I strung all these together. And this is just the near infrared captures into a video. And they weren't taken at regular intervals, so it's not that smooth, but it's kind of cool to see the rotation of the planet over the course of 6 hours. So that's this video here. So it plays forward and then it plays reverse, and it jumps around a lot because it's, like I said, not at regular intervals, but I just thought it was cool to see.
Oh, wow. Look at that. That is cool.
Yeah. So there's a big, I actually fell asleep in the middle of this. There's a big gap where it jumped.
Yeah.
How do I loop this?
I love it.
Yeah, I was trying to loop it. There it is.
Wow, that looks nice.
That's cool.
So you can kind of see, at the beginning and end when the planet is really low on the horizon. The data quality is just not there, but
what is that, about 6 hours?
Directly overhead is pretty nice.
Yeah, he said about 6 hours.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. that's 6 hours. So I mean that was tracking it from my tree line to tree line.
That's very, very cool. I like it.
But anyway, yeah, it's just kind of a raw look at it, and obviously monochrome because it was shot through the infrared filter.
Sure. Now, what does the infrared filter do for you on this?
Yeah, so shooting planets, you're always fighting the stability of the atmosphere.
Sure.
The longer wavelength of light, the longer the wavelength of light, the less it's disturbed by the atmosphere. And so shooting in infrared gives you a cleaner view if the conditions are marginal.
Right.
And so that's what I typically do here because my conditions are, rarely excellent. So I shoot the luminance through an infrared filter, and that gives me a crisp luminance channel. And then I'll shoot the red, green, and blue and overlay those to get the full color image.
I see.
Sometimes, depending on the planet or the situation, I'll blend the RGB, visible light with the infrared as the luminance, just to give it a more realistic look. Because sometimes infrared has a little bit of a different set of features in it.
Yeah.
Can make the colors look kind of funny if you don't blend it together right. But yeah, I just use the infrared filter to get a crisper look at the planet.
Yeah, it's excellent.
Yeah, you only need just a little bit of color to color it.
Right. Yeah. And I'll typically shoot more frames of what I'm using for the luminance channel. So for that shot I shared earlier.
All right.
I still have it pulled up here.
It's interesting and that as the planet was turning there, you could see the different features of the polar cap and stuff.
This is interesting. This is Mars. This is the 2018 Mars I was talking about.
Uh-huh.
This is when the planet was covered by the dust storm, and then this is the view, from this week. So it's
a lot better.
It looks like it's got a big X in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Beautiful.
Yeah, so in this image, I shot, I think 30,000 near infrared frames, and I stacked 15,000 of those.
Mm-hmm.
And then I shot 5,000 each of the red, green, and blue. So by far, most of the frames are eaten up by what you're using for the luminance, which is the infrared.
And then I have sort of like a question. Go back to that color image. That blue, I wonder if you're picking up some water vapor in the atmosphere there.
Yeah, that's there's some, I guess, contention over if that's actually water vapor, but I mean, it's definitely atmospheric haze, but what element gives off that haze, I can't say. I've looked it up and tried to find it, and some people say it's water vapor, some people say it's not, so I don't know.
Well, it's definitely a gas of some sort. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. And actually, that's interesting. You can see the way the planet rotates in this video. So this first segment is the forward rotation. Come back here. So it's rotating in this direction, right? So this edge of this limb of the planet is morning on Mars.
Okay.
And that this haze over on this side is actually almost like a morning mist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Planet.
Exactly.
And there's the same thing in the evening, although less pronounced. So they, what I've heard and what I've read, and don't take this to the bank because it's just something I read on the internet, but that ice crystals high in the atmosphere tend to create this appearance of the haze.
Yeah, I bet it's water crystals or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely not a lens artifact because you would have it all the way around,
Yeah, I've had people tell me that it's atmospheric dispersion, but it's not that. You'd see the fringing on both sides of the planet, blue on one side and red on the other.
Yeah. That looks like they're picking up something there.
Yeah.
It's amazing what these cameras can do.
Oh yeah.
Right? Now, there's a shot that they have of the sunset on Mars.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Right? And the colorized images of it, I mean, they look blue, you know.
The sky is blue in the sunset.
Yeah.
So I wonder if these ice crystals have anything to do, anything to do with that. Let's see if I can share.
Yeah, go ahead.
Share one of those images. Why does Mars have blue sunsets? It says the sun emits light waves with a range of frequencies. Some of these frequencies fall within the visible light spectrum and thus are detectable by the human eye.
Wouldn't it be the carbon dioxide that's in the atmosphere?
Would it be blue?
Our skies are blue because of nitrogen, and the nitrogen molecules happen to be the same size as the blue wavelength that's coming in. And so like a little rubber ducky, it bounces right off in your bathwater. Am I still connected?
Yeah.
I think I lost my mic. Oh, cool. And the bigger molecules, I think carbon dioxide is bigger, but I think there's also iron oxides floating around in the Mars's atmosphere. And the red wavelengths will bounce into those. So their sky is red during the day, but blue during the sunsets in the morning. And I think that's because the red light is being scattered before the blue light reaches the sensor. I think. I don't know. Don't quote me on it. I don't work for NASA.
I don't work for NASA.
Yeah, it's the same disclaimer I said at the end. I don't know.
Could it be also the refractive effects of the atmosphere refracting the blue light also, maybe? I don't know, towards the horizon. I don't know.
That's the this is the image, one of the images of the blue sunset on Mars. Very interesting. Some of these shots are really incredible. The eclipse of one of Mars's moons going over the sun. There's animations for that. Seeing things like dust devils, or on Mars too. That is something that's, just seeing everyday kind of processes that happen here on Earth happen there is. It just makes everything seem like Mars is not so far away,
The dust devils were the things that kept the rovers so long because they cleaned off the solar panels. Every once in a while, the dust devils would go over and clean off the solar panel.
Right.
Here's my image of Mars, my most recent.
Right.
I don't know if it's sharing or not, but I got the ice cap down there.
That's beautiful.
Thank you.
That's beautiful. Look at that.
Nice.
We got Cesar from Argentina with us. He just joined a little while ago.
That might be nitrogen. It says here the atmosphere of Mars is the layer of gases surrounding Mars. Is primarily composed of carbon dioxide, which is 95%. Molecular nitrogen is 2.6. That's enough to create like a little blue haze, I would think.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I was saying.
And there's
the red light's being scattered.
Yeah, and there's 1.9% argon in there.
Mm-hmm.
So there's quite a few gases there.
So you could purge some eyepieces over there.
The stage to Cesar. He came in just a little while ago. How's it going tonight, Cesar?
Hi. We have a clear night with a little of scene, but I try to share in my camera of my cell phone.
Okay.
because I have Mars. I have my cell phone put in the adapted to the eyepiece in my
Yeah.
telescope.
Okay.
Using a focal extender 3 times. It's very scientific. And let me try if this works. Okay, we can try. Let me see if you
Oh yeah.
can see. Okay, this is how you can see Mars now.
Yes.
Excellent. In a big
Took
size.
it with your
Well,
cell
big size.
phone?
That's cool.
Yeah, yes. It's the same cell phone
My God.
that I use it to connect. Yes. Yes. We make astronomy easy. Yeah.
Yeah, Cesar is always doing this. You know, he shows people how they can image from their balconies, you know, in the middle of the city, you know, with modest equipment, with the cameras they already own, smartphones, and you know,
A pocket camera astrophotographer.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you don't have to have
We use
thousands of dollars to do,
less,
you know, right?
the less possible equipment. Yeah. Yes.
Pretty nice image. I mean,
Yeah, for what? Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it like, what?
yeah, you can see a polar cap there. You can see markings on the surface. I
And if
imagine.
you notice, you have that blue up at the same
Yeah.
place.
Yes, he does.
Yes. Yes. First, I thought that only was something of achromatic aberrations,
No.
but it's no. It's the blue that show us in the picture. The
You're
picture
thinking of
that
the
I
same
see
thing.
was amazing. Sorry that I have only this, but well, okay. This is an example that how with a small equipment we can get something good from the balcony.
It's fantastic. Yeah.
Yes, I like to share this.
Cesar, this is when.
astronomy.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Cesar.
thank you. I don't know if I can change the values here because I use.
That is so
But it's
cool.
the same. Yes, I put a yes. I'm shooting a little more. Now I can't see how do you see the quality of this my screen, but I think that you can see something like some details of over Mars.
I could see the ice cap.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Well.
Yeah, I can see it too. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, this was astronomy from the balcony, our chapter.
Amazing.
Chapter 15.
Amazing.
It's an historical position of Mars.
Excellent. Excellent. That's great. That's great. Okay.
Scott, back to the water clouds. I think it is thought to be water ice crystals that form in the night and therefore are more visible on the western limb of Mars when it comes around. Bear in mind that while the atmosphere is carbon dioxide freezes out at a much lower temperature than water vapor does. So you can find some nice Smithsonian images where they pretty much attribute it to water vapor clouds, that blue tinge.
So it is water vapor.
Yeah, most likely.
Amazing.
The mornings on Mars. That's cool.
It's amazing you can. It's almost like you're in orbit, taking that photograph. You know.
Let's see. I cannot read who this is, but someone on Twitch. It says, I recently opened my AR-102 and a piece I won on the stream, and I want to give a huge thanks to you and the team at Explore Scientific. It's truly an honor to receive such a gift. Explore Scientific is a company I trust with high quality products, and you are telling me a lot of hard work was put into designing these products. I'll be sure to take some pictures of the setup and put up on social media. Well, that's great. You should share them on the Global Star Party. That's wonderful. Thank you. Thanks for posting that. Well, gentlemen, we are, I think we've seen some amazing views of Mars. We've got a nice image processing tutorial. We listened to very young people tell us about their love of the universe and their passion of why they're getting into astronomy. And these are these two people, Libby and the Stars and Ditrin from Kosovo are, I think, not only inspiring to all of us as adults, but probably inspiring a whole new generation of kids that will, go on to explore our solar system, and not only through telescopes, but probably through spacecraft and our appliances that we fling out into the far parts of our solar system. We are I was reflecting a couple of months ago, maybe 3 months ago, about all the spacecraft we have flying in our solar system. I had a chance one time to go to mission control at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and in that one room was, it's a very historic room. This is the same room where they brought in the live images of Apollo 11 when our systems had failed and they had picked up the live image from Australia. They piped it in through the Jet Propulsion Laboratory instead of Johnson Space Center, and that's how we watched it on television. Voyager 1, Voyager 2 spacecraft, all this stuff. There's a hole in the center of this room with a glass cover, and then there's this plaque underneath the hole, and it says, something to the effect that this is the center of the universe. But they were controlling over 20 spacecraft in that room, including still Voyager spacecraft. So it's to be in that room, in that space, and to talk to those scientists and stuff is you really feel like you've somehow stepped out of your normal everyday experience to. I felt like I was transported into the future somehow, So, when I think of those kids getting started, they're so smart, so ravenous for more information about what's going on in space, and trying to explore it with telescopes. I guess Dietrich doesn't even have a telescope at this moment. He has a microscope, but what a brilliant mind that kid has. So, I hope to bring more of that kind of thing onto the Global Star Party, and to see more great work from all of you. So,
Hey, Scott.
I got one more thing, Scott. Oh, I'm sorry. I did a Registax process of that video that I did, and I wanted to show that real quick.
Okay. We got plenty of time here.
All right, there it is.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
So this is a focal ratio of f5 at 850 millimeter focal length.
Amazing.
It turned out pretty well, I think.
I like it.
Yep.
So it's about ready to cross the meridian here in about 20 minutes also. So it's at the peak of its height right now. Here in Virginia, anyway.
Yeah, that's a great shot for a wide field.
Yeah, that's showing a lot of detail. I was surprised.
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to give, while we're on the air too here, I wanted to give a shout out to Jeff Wise, who's watching right at this moment. I know that he's been getting all this equipment and all this gear ready to do this outreach project that he wants to do. He wants to set up these telescopes for remote access for young people to access them and learn about astrophotography and maybe they don't have a scope of their own, but I think Jeff is going to set up his systems, and I think he's got a few of them. Every time I talk to one of my dealers or I talk to someone about outreach, Jeff Wise's name keeps coming up. So I'm really excited for him and the work that he's doing. So keep at it.
Hey, Scott.
Yeah.
Who would have known that one of those spacecrafts would be a Tesla? That you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, I would like to see fresh images of what that thing looks like.
Yeah, it's probably all banged up by now. I don't know. Would it?
Oh, yeah, I think radiation's probably already started to take a toll on it, so I would think. But
I mean, the thought of that is just
someone with a ton of imagination and
yeah.
I remember when he first put that sports car up there, people were just like, well, how could he throw that thing up into space, And I'm going, well,
It was simple.
rocket. It's his rocket, okay? It's his rocket.
He doesn't care.
Okay.
It was a brilliant PR move because it got everybody's attention.
Yes, it did. Yeah.
They usually just use concrete masses or steel masses. They don't do anything fancy.
Yeah.
And he put a man with a helmet in the front seat.
Yeah.
So
I feel like I see a lot more Teslas on the road now, for sure.
Absolutely. It was amazing. It's amazing. That guy is really one of my true heroes. I'm just so amazed he never fails to impress, never fails to achieve what he wants to achieve, and
a kid looking at that today is gonna say to himself, I want to do that.
Yeah, because that's something
Yeah.
they can connect with, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I thought it was a smart move.
Oh, yeah, I think so too. I think so too.
Look what I can do.
Yeah. I have a question for you. With Facebook Astronomy Club, what is your day in, day out activities with the Facebook group? It's a huge group. They've got 50,000 members.
Yeah, what happened was I created that group back in 2012, and I was only going to I thought, well, I'll get a couple people together.
Yeah.
And I called it the Facebook Astronomy Club, and within a year, I had 10,000 people on there, and I was like going, you got to be kidding me. And I was trying to do it by myself.
Yeah.
And I'd be sitting in front of the computer, trying to keep up with stuff. And then every once in a while, I'd have some creep come in there and posting, porn and stuff in there. And I'd have to watch it.
Yeah.
Because you got small kids coming in there, So finally, Facebook came up with a screen to where you could screen everybody before it got posted,
Yeah.
And then I started meeting people, and I started trusting some people, and now I've got four people helping me with it. So I got one person in Australia and a couple other places, all around the globe, to where now I don't have to keep up with it so much, and I got time to do my astrophotography. But man, that was it just exploded. But you know what the good thing about it is, and it's really important for me to say this, it doesn't matter what religion you are, doesn't matter what color you are or your culture. Astronomy brings people together, and it's a source to bring us together as a species. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it takes off those blinders, and we get to know one another, and we get to see that we're all just people. You know, that we're all just people.
Totally.
Yeah, and astronomy just has this impact on people, you know, and we can be different about a lot of things, but astronomy, I wasn't really aware that when I started that group that I was going to have, I got hundreds of people from every country, every nationality, everything in there. And we all get along and we all talk to one another. We got this network going. So, you know, I look back at that and I went, man, that was probably one of the best decisions I ever made was putting that together. But I didn't expect for it to swell up to 50,000 people.
Right.
You know, there's 50,000 people on there right now. So it's insane.
Yep. So I do share this, the GSPs on Facebook and a number of other groups that I belong to as well. But Facebook Astronomy Club is really special. So
yeah.
Yep.
You know, you talk to these people too, you get to know them, and you realize they're all trying to survive on this planet. Is all of us, you know, are on the same ship, you know?
Right.
So, and we all live, we all have to work, we all have to, make that dollar. So, you know?
Sure. That's right.
In a lot of ways, we are the same. Huh? What's that?
Where we're going to. So,
yeah.
Well, gentlemen, I want to thank you all for being with us tonight. And unless you have something else you'd like to add, I think I'll wind it down.
Always a good time.
All right.
Thanks for having me, Scott.
Hey, Scott, I really
So much,
appreciate
Scott.
what you're doing, man. I really
Keeps getting
appreciate
better
what
and
you're
better every
doing.
time.
Yeah. This is
This is a blast.
This is outreach, because we got to reach people. Because this way that I look at things, our next frontier is space, because there's nowhere else to go. There, like they say, the
Pale blue
wagon
dot.
train.
Yep.
The wagon train to the stars. It's going to be.
That's true. And I think the point I was trying to make before is that we are, I was saying that I was thinking about this 2 or 3 months ago, but we are a spacefaring species.
We're going to have to be.
We are.
That's the only way we're going to survive.
We already are.
Yeah.
24/7, we have our appliances all over the solar system. We are, we're not turning.
What do you think?
Yeah, this is.
Should we send the next president to space or the next candidates to space and give them a view in the Capula module?
Mandatory. If you want to be a leader of a country, you had to spend time in space, right? To look at planet Earth as one planet, instead of thinking about your boundaries and all the things, the way of life in your country, whatever that means,
What is that word that those astronauts say when they're up there and they're looking down at the planet and they have this?
The overview effect.
Yes.
Yeah.
This enlightenment, like, hey,
Send the UN, put the UN in space.
I think everyone from a senator up needs to spend time in space. So I think it should be mandatory. And maybe every parent too. If you're a father or mother, you need to go to
all of us.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe one day that will be easy to do. So I hope so.
Well, this is a good first step.
Yeah. All right, guys. Good night and thank you. And
What did Carl Sagan say one time? Small steps. In his book, what was that? I forget what the name of that movie was, huh?
You got this. Was it Contact?
Yes. Small steps, yeah.
Oh yeah, small steps. That's right. All righty. Great. Okay, guys. Well, we'll call it quits. We have, as I mentioned, we have our daily show. We'll be on tomorrow, Wednesday afternoon at 4 o'clock with the Explorer Alliance Live present the OpenGOTO community. And we'll be announcing our next Global Star Parties coming up. Thanks and take care and good night.
Thank you, Scott.
Good night.
Thanks. Goodbye.